This is a Southern Sin breaking news special. Be sure to like and subscribe now.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The rare reverse air is going to be your savior because it literally takes zero skill to achieve smooth, stretched results. It's a revolutionary technology.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
Right. Madam Clerk, before I lose these, on the record, I'm handing you back these two exhibits. I'm going to have marked for identification the information I asked from the parties this morning. I've just not whose is who, so that can be marked as the next step. I think it might be N for identification, the first 2 pages that I asked for.
Oh, you want them both to be N? You don't want-
They go together. It's my handwriting on the top as to. All right, do we need to discuss anything before we bring Mr. Mutlu in?
I have a few things that I would like to discuss. It could be after Mr. Mutlu, but there are things before the jury comes in that I would like to discuss about witnesses that I'm going to be doing directs of today.
All right, why don't we discuss that now?
Thank you. Could we see you at the side of the bench?
Oh, sure.
Thank you very much.
Are you researching dental implants?
There's a lot of dental offices that talk about doing their teeth in a day process. A lot of times what they mean is they'll do the surgery and give you some sort of teeth the next day, but those teeth are
Last week, I deposited $400,000 from my life insurance policy into my checking account, and I'm very much alive. 6 months ago, I got the no once. Heart attack at 42. My world stopped. Here's the truth. You're 3 times more likely to suffer a critical illness during your working year. Within weeks, I couldn't work. But my mortgage didn't care. My kids' expenses didn't stop. I watched our savings disappear faster than I thought possible. Thankfully, I have a life insurance product most people don't even know exists. It's called life insurance with living benefits. Critical illness, chronic condition, even a terminal.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in cause now and here, shall be the truth, so help you, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Just step up, just watch your step. Slide this chair underneath. You can have a seat. Maybe just keep your voice up when you speak. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Excellent, we can hear you. I'm just going to ask if you can keep that microphone reasonably close to you, sir. Can you please spell your first and last name for the record?
Sure. It's officially spelled C-E-M, last name M-U-T-L-U. I also spell it with a G, G-E-M.
And can you state your name for us, sir?
Jem Mutlu.
And sir, right now I'd like to just focus on asking questions about a conversation you had with Anna Walsh on December 29th of 2022. Why did you call her that day? Why did you two talk that day?
I called her to congratulate her on her closing.
And how long was the conversation?
I believe it was about 45 minutes.
And besides congratulating her on the closing, what else did the two of you talk about?
We caught up as friends. We talked about plans and also her life at the time, how she was feeling, and yeah, we caught up on a number of things.
Okay, so what did she tell you about her life at the time?
That what I got from it was that there were some issues, marital issues included. And yeah, and that I told her, I said, I don't want you to be too strong. Have you considered therapy? And she said yes.
Okay. What is your memory of what she said as far as marital issues? And not your feeling, but what you remember the conversation to be, sir.
Sure. Part of it was that she was going back and forth from DC, which was taking a toll on her. And the fact that that Brian had not been able to leave Massachusetts, so the children were here. And that was a huge burden on her psyche. and that, there were other issues. I don't recall with precision as to what they were. I do recall clearly making a mental note to say, this is going to be a much longer conversation, face-to-face, together, and a conversation, obviously, we never had an opportunity to have.
Okay, so within that conversation, when she had discussions with you about marital issues, it was...
How do you give your book the best chance to succeed in 2026? If you've written a book and you're thinking about publishing it, there are 3 things you must know to give your book the best chance to succeed. Hi, I'm Sarah from Spines, the fastest growing publisher.
I want to make sure that we've got this right. The difficulty of traveling, was that it? One of them for work?
The fact that she was not seeing the children frequently.
All right,
Yeah.
so that's more accurate. And I don't want to misstate what you're saying, sir.
That's correct.
Not seeing the children. And was also another part of it that Brian couldn't leave Massachusetts.
That's correct.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth, sir. I want to make sure that I'm getting your memory of the conversation. Is that what your memory of the conversation is?
Well, my memory of the conversation is marital issues and that she was seeking counseling for all the difficulties in her life, including marital issues.
Okay.
And I encouraged her to do the same because she's a very strong person.
Yes.
Yet, I specifically remember telling her, I don't want you to be too strong.
Okay. And within the marital issues, did she say specifically what the marital issues were?
I don't recall going into detail during that conversation. There was another conversation we had in the summer. I remember that the parts of that conversation, that was almost a 2-hour-long conversation. I was in Puerto Rico at the time, and she and I had a lengthy conversation. At that time, she said that that Brian's art fraud case was taking its toll, that attorneys were piling up, and that there was a lot of strain financially, a lot of difficulty, and
Okay. But more to the point of December 29th, I'm going to ask you again.
Yeah.
Did she say anything in the December 29th conversation with you about Brian not being able to leave Massachusetts?
I don't recall with precision. I recall the feeling of it. I do not recall with precision as to whether those words in particular were spoken.
Certainly. And do you have any memory of when she discussed marital problems with you on December 29th, any issues of not seeing the children, of her stating that?
Again, I do not recall with precision what words were spoken.
Okay.
That was the gist of a lot of her problems.
Okay. So when you say that's the gist, is that the gist from the December 29th conversation, or is that your understanding of her overall problems?
I believe it's both.
Okay. All right. So now I want to ask you about New Year's Eve. On New Year's Eve, did you see Anna texting at all?
I did.
And from what you know of New Year's Eve, not from what people told you afterwards, do you know who she was texting to?
That I recall, I believe she was texting Abdullah. I believe she was texting Will Fasto. And I believe she may have been texting Emily, a mutual friend, and other people were texting her. It was New Year's Eve, so there was a lot of back and forth texting. Yeah.
And how do you know this from New Year's Eve? What did you see, or what did you experience on New Year's Eve that lets you know this?
I was sitting right next to her at the kitchen table.
And did she ever say, now the three of, did you ever
Kitchen
take
counter.
kitchen counter?
Yeah.
Did you ever,
Stools on the counter there?
Yes, there were stools on the counter.
And were you and
On the same side, on the
Okay.
same side. I was seated here and she was to my left,
directly side by side?
directly side by side.
Did she ever show you her phone that night? When she was sitting with you there?
She had her phone with her. She took a picture of us that night. Yeah.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
thank you. With the picture, do you remember who she sent it to that night? Not, and this is what I'm really going to focus you, sir. That night, not what people told you afterwards. Do you have a memory of who she may have sent the picture you took with her that night?
I believe that she said, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto.
And sir,
Out loud, she said that?
I believe so. I believe she said that to me that night. Let's take a picture out loud. Yes, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto. Again, I do not remember it with precision, but I do remember the picture being taken. Yeah.
and sir, is it fair to say that along the lines of that statement, you told that to me yesterday at lunch? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Had you told me that before, to your memory?
I do not recall.
Okay. And on New Year's Eve, did you have any conversations with Anna about marital problems?
No.
Did you have any conversations with Brian about marital problems?
No.
And I think that covers the subject matter of what. So I have no further questions at this point in time.
My energy bill dropped from $150 to $50 by doing this. My friend laughed at me when I spent $49 on a power saver device that could cut my energy bill in half. They thought I got scammed. But when I showed them my super low energy bill, they were blown away. Check that out. This is our current energy bill. This is our last energy bill. And as you can see, over a 56% difference. Hi guys, I just want to share a quick and simple technique that anyone can use to lower their energy consumption without changing their lifestyle. With this method, you can keep cooking, baking, gaming, running your dryer, wash at 90 degrees, and keep your heater running like you used to before. This method can essentially cut your energy bill in half by optimizing your home's energy grid. It lowers your energy bill by anywhere from 20% to 50% by bypassing the spikes in your home's current, which can lead to significant savings on your energy bills. It was discovered by Carl, an electrical engineer, during last winter, when, like many of you, he was hit with ridiculously high electricity bills. His energy provider was charging him over $165 a month. It was insane. So he decided to do something about it. As an engineer, Carl knew the power grid we're all connected to isn't perfect. Millions of tiny energy spikes are constantly flowing into your home's grid. These spikes send excess energy into your devices, causing them to use more energy than they actually need. This is bad news for your appliances and your energy bill. Think of it like a bucket that's overflowing 24/7 without you even knowing. It's a massive waste, right? And of course, energy providers don't bother telling you about it or try to fix the problem. So that's exactly what he set out to do. Carl figured that if he could use Nikola Tesla's theory to streamline the current flowing into his home's grid, it would lower his energy consumption at the end of the month. So he built a prototype that uses the Tesla coil principle to stabilize electricity usage, cutting out all the spikes of energy you don't even use but still get charged for. He plugged it into an outlet in his house and let it sit there for a month. When he received his monthly energy bill, his jaw dropped. His bill went down from $165 to $62. It didn't just work, it was a massive difference. After Carl shared the results of his prototype on social media, investors lined up. He teamed up with a product engineer to bring this energy-saving device to the market. It's called StopWatt, and it's this little plug-and-play device that can literally cut your electricity bills in half. Here's how it works. Super simple. You just plug it into any empty power socket in your home and it gets to work smoothing out your power grid. That's it. Just plug it in and it takes care of the rest. Thousands of people are already using StopWatt and saving a ton of money. Now he really wants as many people as possible to benefit from this. So he's running a special promo today where you can get StopWatt at 50% off. Plus he's throwing in a 30-day money-back guarantee because he knows how much your money matters. If it doesn't work the way you expect, just send it back. No questions asked. Just scan the QR code you see on the screen to visit his website, and you can grab your stopwatch at 50% off today.
Good
Thank you.
morning. You had just mentioned a conversation that you had with Ms. Walsh on the 29th of December.
Yes,
If I could just have you lean into that mic so we can hear you.
sure.
And during that conversation, you told us that you mentioned, I think it was difficult to be away from her kids.
I believe so, yes.
And I think you said at one point that it was difficult to travel back and forth.
I believe, I mean, those are things that I knew about her anyway. We were very good friends.
Well, let me just stop you. When you say those were things you knew about her anyways,
Yes,
what we're trying to do is focus you on things that she told you herself during that conversation. So as you sit here right now, do you have a memory of specifically what she told you herself on that 12:29 phone call?
I do not remember everything that was said during a 45-minute conversation with Anna that night.
So let me just jump in here for a second. You had a conversation with Anna Walsh on December 29th of 2022.
I did.
And you remember the conversation was about 45 minutes long.
That's correct.
So what I want you to distinguish between, sir, is you don't have to remember the exact words that she used these years later, but you have to have a memory that she actually said what you're discussing, as opposed to this feeling, this gist. You have a memory that she, even if you don't remember the exact words, that she did discuss with you. For instance, what counsel just said, this idea of being troubled by not seeing children.
So again, shortly after I discussed, I explained over a 2.5 hour statement to Detective Harrison what I remembered because it was all fresh. And that testimony you do have.
Okay.
What I do not
I
remember,
assume you reviewed that in connection with your testimony here. Have you reviewed your prior statements to the
I have
police?
not.
All right.
No, I have not. I have not. So it's been 3 years, and that's why some of the very words that were spoken, I do not remember. I do remember very specifically having made a mental note to say, she has told me that there are marital issues, that she is seeking counseling, that it's been hard on her, and that this gets to be a much longer conversation. So I made that note, and I was going to reach out to her after the New Year's Eve event, schedule a time in about those issues.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
The term marital issues. When you first started talking to us this morning, you stated what I got from the conversation. And you told us that, you were close with Anna, right?
Yes, very close.
So when you say that you got from her, was it just your feeling that during this conversation that she was having marital issues, or she specifically said the words marital issues?
I recall her using the words marital issues. I recall her talking about problems with Brian.
And when you say problems with Brian, that you specify for being away from the children and going back and forth from work?
I'll take a minute to try and remember if there's anything else that was that I can remember right now.
From creating memories, finding the perfect gift, Steel can help make the holidays even easier. Check off more of your wish list when you get an extra battery.
Well, and you previously testified today that Brian not being able to come to D.
So the feeling that you got was that she was having marital issues, but it wasn't a state that she said to you.
No, it was, she did mention problems. She did mention issues. I just don't recall her using the word marital issues.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like us to be heard side or? I'm happy to say, Your Honor, I think that,
Hold on. Now you may speak.
thank you, I apologize.
All right.
I don't have eyes back here. So
Unmuted.
witness stated she told me there are marital issues. And then when asked about the term marital issues, he stated that there were problems in the marriage, being away from the children and traveling back and forth from work. I would suggest that those come from that conversation and that is absent of a feeling or a gist and would be admissible. And I would ask, and I would actually even lead on that, just to make sure that we're going to the right portion and I'm not misstating what he said.
Well, I'll hear from the defense both with regard to the initial argument and also what's your position if I do let what's your position with regard to leading?
I would object. I don't think it's appropriate or necessary. He's a grown man. If there's an objection, I will make it. I don't think this is appropriate to lead this particular witness where they want him to go. With respect to the testimony, I don't think he should be able to use the term marital issue or marital problems. He was consistently pressed about what Anna told him. It's clear that this was his feeling, his characterization of that conversation. The purpose of this hearsay exception is to admit specific statements of a witness to show state of mind or motive. It is not a chance for this witness to pontificate about his feelings and responses to that witness. So I think he should be limited to just what she said. And I would object if he starts talking about marital problems or marital issues, because I believe that was his characterization.
All right. So as I said to him, he doesn't have to remember the exact words that she used. What he needs to remember is that she actually said it to him. It seems to me there are at least 3 things that he recalls her saying to him, maybe not the exact words, but they, as you just went through, that the back and forth was taking toll on her, not seeing the children. I don't know if you put it was that Brian hadn't been able to leave Massachusetts. And that was a huge burden on her psyche, is what he said. I think those are fair statements that he can bring in. I don't think he's had the benefit now of this voir dire in which he's gotten a little bit of legal instruction. I don't know how it's going to play out real time with regard to that word marital problem, marital issues. But I suspect we'll take that as it comes. He may stay away from that just because he's just cautioned and just been sort of made aware of the distinction of that he doesn't recall her using those words. So I expect he won't bring that out. If he does, we'll either clarify it by saying, do you have any memory of her actually using those words? And I will entertain a motion to strike. But I think the general gist of he remembers enough of that conversation that's going to come in, the 3 parts that I have indicated. Because it came up, I'd rather get out in front of this issue than being in the backside of it. Is the Commonwealth intending to bring up during his examination the RICO conversation?
No, Your Honor, that is the first I heard of it. I wouldn't do that.
All right. And then the other information provided, I guess, to the Commonwealth yesterday. That honestly, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto. I assume the defendant isn't objecting to that.
We're not, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else with to cross?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you.
What time is it? Oh, they're already here. It's great. We can bring them in and we'll get to it.
Your Honor, could I just have that break to talk to the witness?
You may. I'm just going to stay on the bench and take some notes. But
I'll be
you
right back.
can go do that.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, if I may step out for a moment as well.
You.
I didn't shower for almost 2 months after what I found in my shower water. And when you see this, you'll understand why. Hi, I'm a dermatologist. 3 months ago, I sent my shower water to a lab. The results came back and I literally couldn't shower for almost 2 months. But what I did next is going to change your life. Here's what was in my water. And it's in yours too. Microplastics, thousands of tiny plastic particles from pipes, bottles, and breakdown of synthetic material. These are so small they penetrate your skin and have been found in human blood, organs, and even brain tissue. You're absorbing plastic into your body every single shower. Then
There was a question.
Just those, the next three.
Oh, yeah. My apologies.
Thank you.
That's already 147.
If I wanted to speak, I had to leave. My freedom to speak meant more to me than staying in that job.
Please, when I can. All set for the jury?
Who is entering, all rise. And switch up.
Harry, all persons having anything to do for the Honorable Judge Frenier, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, name in attendance and you shall be heard by say the Commonwealth. May be seated, court is in session.
Good morning, first. First, welcome back to the courtroom. We'll start today, as we do every day, with our conversation about the rules. Jurors were able to comply with my order that you not do any about this case. And you were able to comply with my order that you not speak to any about this case.
Yes.
Yes. And were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media or go on any news media? Yes. You all still have open minds? Yes. With those 4 questions, for the record, I'll answer in the affirmative by all 16 jurors in the box. We're ready to begin today's work.
You're on the Commonwealth with Jim.
Ready to follow, please?
Raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Help you God. Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
This way, sir. Take your time, just watch your step. Thank you. Sharon, you can have a seat.
Thank you.
Just pull that chair a little tighter. Keep your voice up when you speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please spell your name for the record?
Sure. It's C-E-M, last name M-U-T-L-U. I also spell it with a G, G-E-M.
And could you tell us your name, sir?
Jem Mutlu.
Sir, what do you do for work?
I'm a realtor.
How long have you been a realtor?
About 25 years.
And what geographic area do you sell?
Boston, suburbs, and eastern Massachusetts.
Commercial or residential?
Residential.
And sir, are you familiar with Brian Walsh?
I am.
Can you tell us if you're familiar with Brian Walsh?
We met at a leadership program back in 2020.
Can you tell us the name of the leadership program?
Boston Academy.
And so how long did the program go on for?
What if watch day went your way? Want to see how we got here? Reverse the way you wash day with VOIR, the low heat, zero damage, all-in-one dryer and stretcher that's actually made for curly hair. Instead of a chore to dread, VOIR flips a wash day on its head with easy to use, innovative tech that turns an all-day thing into a simple step. From curls to coils, locks, twists, and more. VOIR is designed to work on all hair types to treat your natural hair with care, even those bangs you tried out in college.
You mean I put my hair in that thing? Hell no.
Hell yes. Don't judge a dryer by its bulk. VOIR is specially designed this way to be extra kind to your hair. Track with me. Our reverse air technology uses low heat and gentle vacuum suction to dry your hair in the actual direction of growth, smoothing and locking in shine in half the time of traditional hair tools and dryers. Which means instead of just blowing hot air, you can dry, stretch, and style your hair with better, healthier results. Because less heat means less damage. Less damage means less breakage. Less breakage means less flyaways. And your curl pattern bounces right back.
Okay, what's the twist? You have to insert quarters or what?
The twist is, there is no twist. No more fried and dyed. No more tired arms. No more hours wasted. Just perfectly stretched and dried hair.
Laid and flayed.
VOIR really is that girl. Click the link and hit reverse on wash day with VOIR. Look, VOIR is so easy and gentle to use, it even works
on your tender-headed self. I would have loved to have a tool like this back in my day. Could have saved a lot of heads.
VOIR, gentle, low heat, reverse air tech works in half the time with zero pain to quickly prime your hair for whatever style you want.
This bounce, this shine, ooh.
That's because VOIR is a match made in heaven for the curly and coily girls. In an industry full of tools marketed almost exclusively to thin, straight hair, VOIR knows natural texture isn't a problem to be solved. It's a blessing. With glowing 5-star reviews and an ever-growing hype, we know hair is more than just hair. It's a part of who you are. And VOIR is there for your hair. Whether you just got the big chop, want to take care of your new growth, or just need something a little more you, click the link and do wash day your way with VOIR.
It was the length of a semester, practically. Started at the beginning of the year and ended about the summer.
And so you met Mr. Walsh at this leadership program. What was your relationship with him during this program?
In the program, there was a buddy system. Everyone partnered with someone, and Brian asked to be my partner. And that's how we got to know each other.
And so did you maintain a relationship with him after the leadership program?
Yes, I did.
Now, are you familiar with Brian's wife, Anna Walsh?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with Anna?
I met her through Brian. She came to one of the graduations, and then I was introduced and knew about her interest in real estate. It was inevitable that we would meet.
And sir, I'm going to ask if you can pull that microphone closer to you. I think that'll help out.
Sure.
Okay, much better, sir. So, sir, did Anna Walsh ever work for you?
Yes, she did.
When did you hire Anna Walsh to start working for you?
It was the summer of 2020.
And what was her role for you?
She was our director of operations for my team.
And your team, how large was your team at this point in time?
When she started, there were a few of us, but eventually we had 3 operators and I believe 5 or 6 agents and part-time marketing directors, et cetera.
And how would you characterize your relationship with Anna Walsh?
We became very close as friends.
And when did she stop working for you?
It was the spring of 2022.
Why did she stop working for you?
In the fall of 2021, she told me that she was offered a stellar job opportunity in DC. And she asked for my blessings for it.
Now, sir, when the two of you work together, how often would the two of you communicate?
Scammers demand payment with gift cards. Don't share codes or personal details.
With low prices store-wide, eat well for less at Whole Foods Market.
Practically every day, multiple times a day.
And after she stopped working for you, how often did you communicate?
Not as frequently.
What was your relationship like with her family?
Brian and her children,
Yes, sir.
I saw them as my own.
Now, did you ever have, or your team is probably the better way to put this, did your team ever have the opportunity to sell any properties for Anna Walsh?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell us what properties your team sold for Anna Walsh?
We sold a property in Marblehead. They were living when I met them. And then moved them to a property in Cohasset. And then we sold that property as well for them.
Were there any investment properties that your team was able to sell for Anna Walsh?
Yes.
Where was that property?
In Revere.
And do you remember when the sale occurred?
Well, that sale would have closed on December 29th or just a day or so before, because I called her on the 29th, a couple of days before New Year's, to congratulate her.
So I'm going to ask you some questions about December 29th now, sir.
Yes.
When you called her, how long do you think that call was?
It was about 45 minutes.
And why did you call her?
I called to congratulate her on the closing. And I had found out that she was going to reinvest that property.
And when you say reinvest that property,
Rather, reinvest the proceeds from the sale of the property.
And sir, are you familiar with what the 1031 exchange?
I am.
Could you just tell us what a 1031 exchange is?
Sure. It's a federal like-kind tax-deferred exchange program where after a specific closing, a buyer...
I'm going to interrupt you because of the noise outside.
Sure.
And then once that passes...
Of course.
It's kind of tough to compete with that.
Of course.
All right. Now, sir, I think that that's passed. You said that there's a certain period of time for this exchange. Can you tell us again?
Correct. Typically, buyers have 45 days to declare 1, 2, or 3 properties. It has to be of equal or greater value, and they would have 6 months, 180 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of those properties to equal, again, or greater the value of the proceeds of the sale.
And so your understanding at this point in time was that Anna Walsh was going to use these funds for 1031 exchange.
That's correct. I was happy for her that she would actually reinvest and that she would grow financially.
Now, during this conversation, what plans were made for New Year's Eve?
She specifically told me, she said, I know you. You're not going to go anywhere for New Year's Eve. You're just going to stay at home. Please, please come and spend New Year's with us.
Did you agree to?
I did.
Now, during the conversation, what did she tell you? What did she, Well, let me ask, when you had this conversation, did she have any problems?
Yes.
Did she tell you
She
about
had-
these problems?
She had,
So let me, jurors, give you a little midstream instruction with regard to the expected testimony. I expect now that Mr. Mutlu is going to provide some testimony regarding statements that were made by Anna Walsh during this conversation on December 29th, 2022. The statements made by Anna Walsh are being admitted only for the limited purpose of establishing her state of mind, cannot be considered as of the criminal acts charged. You may proceed.
Thank you. So, sir, what did she tell you as far as problems she was having in this conversation on December 29th?
I don't remember the specific words that were spoken after 3 years.
Yes, sir.
I will tell you that she did say that at the time they were having marital problems.
Objection, Your Honor. Characterization.
All right, I'll strike the characterization. Why don't you approach it a different way?
I will. What did she tell you as far as
McDonough Hyundai is joined from dealer with an expansive inventory of over 300 new Hyundais. From SUVs to electric vehicles, there's a perfect Hyundai for every lifestyle. All backed by America's warranty and Hyundai owner assurance. We're open 7 days a week with a transparent, stress-free buying process and no hidden fees. And with our easy purchase online tool, you can shop and even finance from the comfort of your home. Drive with confidence today and for years to come at McDonough Hyundai, where hometown care meets Hyundai innovation, mile after mile.
traveling back and forth?
That it was taking a toll on her, that she wasn't, that obviously as a mother, not seeing her children.
Your Honor, objection, move to strike. May we be seen at sidebar?
You may be.
Sir, what did she say about not seeing the children?
That it was difficult for her.
And what did she say about Brian Walsh not being able to leave Massachusetts?
Again, I don't recall specifically the words that were spoken.
Okay.
I do not recall exactly every single word that was spoken during that conversation.
Understood. It's been 3 years, sir.
It has.
Okay.
I did give Detective Harrison.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
All right, we'll strike that last portion.
It's okay. And
We'll have
sir,
another question.
Sure.
Thank you.
I understand.
Now, sir, moving past December 29th. Okay. When was the next time you got to see Anna Walsh?
On December 31st,
Where did you get to see Anna Walsh?
at their rental house in Cohasset.
Okay. So that night when you went to the rental house, did you bring anything with you?
I did.
What did you bring with you?
I brought fruit and chocolate for the children, and yeah.
And about what time do you think you got to the home that night?
About 8:30.
Was anyone with you when you went to the home?
Yes. I mean, not with me, no. They were in the home.
Well, we're going to get to that. So, but with you, there was no one else with you in your car, right?
There was no one else with me, no.
Okay. And so tell us what happened when you got there at the Walsh house.
Anna came running to the house to greet me. Yeah, that's what happened.
And when she greeted you, where'd you go, sir?
Excuse me?
Where did you go? When she greeted you, where were you when she greeted you?
I was still up into the driveway. She came running out of the house with no coat on. It was freezing.
And when she greeted you?
What is it?
What happened when she greeted you? What did she do?
I'm sorry, couldn't hear.
What did she do, sir?
What did she do? Well, I opened the door, we hugged each other, and then she ushered me in.
Now, when you got inside, who was home?
Brian was there.
And where were the children at this point in time?
I was told they were sleeping.
And so when you got inside, where did the three of you kind of socialize or congregate?
It was in the kitchen countertops. There was a large island.
And Ms. Goldman, could we have Exhibit 3? Sir, can you see that screen?
My energy bill dropped from $150 to $50 by doing this. My friends laughed at me when I spent $49 on a power saver device that could cut my energy bill in half. They thought I got scammed. But when I showed them my super...
Showing, for the record,
yes.
Exhibit 3 is on the screen. You were nodding your head. Can you see it?
I can see it.
All right. Is that where the three of you socialized that night?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Now, what was Anna Walsh's demeanor that night when you were in their kitchen?
Festive. Very happy to see me, and yeah.
And I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's it.
What was Brian Walsh's demeanor like while the three of you were together?
He seemed fine. He seemed happy.
And so when we were looking at Exhibit 3, where were you seated as far as being around in the kitchen?
Anna and I were seated on the stools at the kitchen. And Brian was on the other side preparing the meal and serving us drinks and food.
Okay. Now, that night, did anyone join the three of you?
Yes.
Who joined the three of you?
Their oldest son.
And what happened when he joined the three of you?
He ran to me and he said, "Jem, I haven't seen you in a while. I miss you." And he hugged me.
Now, did you take any photos with the oldest child that night?
Yes, Anna took a photo.
And that night, Anna took the photo. What did she use to take the photo?
I believe it was her cell phone that she used.
And so that night with her cell phone, could you see her doing anything with her cell phone?
She was texting folks.
And do you know who she was texting?
Well, I do know that she had either received a text message or was texting back with Abdullah. And I believe she said, let's take a photo for Will and send it to Will Fasto. And I believe she was texting with Emily, and it would have been maybe a bunch of other friends, yeah, who were texting her. It was New Year's Eve. A lot of messages back and forth.
How long was their oldest child with you that night?
I'm going to say a half hour, maybe a little more.
And that night, what did the three of you have to drink?
Mostly wine and champagne. I don't recall having had hard liquor.
And did you do anything with the champagne box that night?
Yes.
What did the three of you do with the champagne box?
We all signed it.
Your Honor, we have previously marked as exhibits 257, 258, 259, pictures of the champagne box. How will proceed to publish?
You may.
Ms. Gilman, could we have...
So the previously marked exhibits 257, 58, and 59 are identified for the record now as 3 photos. 257 is the side of the bottle that Anna Walsh signed. 258 is the side of the box that Brian Walsh signed. 259 is the side of the box that Mr. Mutlu signed. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, can we have file number SLD 7221, which is now... Mr. Mutlu, is this the box the three signed?
Yes.
And are you able to read the writing on the box, exhibit 257?
Yes.
Could you read it out loud for us, sir?
Sure. Wow, 2022, what a year. And yet we are still here, and together, let's make 2023 the best one yet. We are the authors of our lives. Courage, love, perseverance, compassion, and joy. Love, Anna.
Ms. Gilman, could we now have exhibit 258, which is file number 7222? Sir, does this look like the side that Brian signed?
Yes.
Could you read in this portion if it's possible?
Yes. Jem, Anna, Brian, New Year's Eve 2023, to the best triumvirate ever. Love, Brian, and then the date, December 31st, 2022.
And finally, Ms. Gilman, could we have file number 7224, which has now been admitted as exhibit 259? Sir, do you recognize this side of the box?
Yes, it's my handwriting.
And can you read what you wrote on the box?
Yes. No place I'd rather be but here, New Year's Eve 2022. Jem.
That night, did the oldest child give you anything?
Yes, he did.
What did he give you?
He gave me a necklace.
So the craziest thing happened to me today. I got a psychic reading. I know. So when I was presented with the opportunity to have a reading done by the team at California Psychics,
now, that night, did you see any Anna?
No.
Did you have any concerns about her health?
Physical health?
Yes.
No.
And that night, do you remember what Brian Walsh told you he had had for income that year in 2022?
Yes. The gist of it that was that he $50,000 or $60,000 that I remember.
And that night, did he tell you about Anna's compensation that she now had at Tishman Speyer?
Yes, and I believe he said that it was $240,000 plus with bonus it would add up to roughly $300,000.
What problems did you see between the two of them that night?
None. Nothing that was visible. It was a festive night.
And that night, what did Mr. Walsh tell you about his cell phone?
At some point, he said that he had misplaced his phone, and I remember this vividly, that he said that it actually felt refreshing to be away from the phone for a little while.
Did he tell you what time he normally goes to bed?
Yes, because I asked him, because it was getting late and I didn't want to say welcome. And I believe he said around 9:30 because they were waking up early for the kids.
And so after hearing this, what did you decide to do?
I said, I better go.
About what time was it when you left the home that night?
I'm going to say it was probably around 1:30. Again, I don't recall with precision, but it was probably around that time.
And now, when you left, did you go right home?
No, I actually stopped at a big shopping mall nearby because I wanted to pick the music home, and I did not want to be driving and picking the music home that night. So I stopped there. There was, to my recollection, there was nobody else there. Lots of lights around. Yeah.
Before you left that evening, was there any conversation about a work emergency for Anna? Now, when was the next time you tried to contact Brian or Anna?
It was the following day.
And how did you try to contact them?
I sent them a text message.
Ms. Gilman, could we have what's been marked as Exhibit 166? Sir, showing you what's been marked as 166, do you see the blue bubble where it says, I love my necklace?
I do.
Was that your text to Brian Walsh?
Yes, I believe I had sent it to both of them, both Brian and Anna.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll all the way up to the top of that document?
Yeah.
So, sir, you see where it says participants?
Yeah.
And so do you believe you sent it to those two,
Yes.
those two other people?
To both Brian and Anna.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down to the top of page 2? Now, I'm sorry, can you scroll down to the top of page 3? Sir, showing you the top of page 3 from Exhibit 166 is a green bubble. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see it says, Thomas just found my phone?
I do.
Before January 2nd, had you had any conversations or with Brian Walsh via cell phone?
Before January
2nd? Yes.
Any conversations?
Calls?
No.
And if we could close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Now, when is the next time you spoke to Brian Walsh on the phone?
It was a Wednesday morning.
And what happened Wednesday morning?
It was morning. I remember being on the beach in Nahant and taking a walk, and I received a call from Brian, and he said, "Have you heard from Anna?"
What'd you say?
And what do you mean? He says, "Well, Anna's been missing." And I said, "How could she be missing?" And he said that she left that morning after I had left. She left a few hours later. I think he said around 6:30 that she got in an Uber and left.
Why she left?
Yes, he said that she had a work emergency.
Now, hearing this, did you ask him anything about that?
I did.
What did you ask him?
I said, I was incredulous. I said, what work emergency could there have been on New Year's Eve that, was commercial property? What could it be? I said, did you guys have an argument or something? Did you have a fight?
And what was his response to that statement, sir?
His response was, I do remember this vividly as well. His response was, no, did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
And what did you say to that?
I didn't know what to make of it. I was in shock. So, I said, you've got to call the police, and we've got to alert everybody. We've got to let community know, and we've got to find her.
Now, what was his tone or like in this conversation?
Are you researching dental implants?
There's a lot of dental offices talk about doing their teeth in the day process. A lot of times what they mean is they'll do the surgery and give you some sort of teeth the next day, but the teeth are not permanent teeth. They're temporary teeth that you wear while you're healing.
In the old way, you would get a set of acrylic or temporary material teeth that gets screwed right onto the implant.
In reality, you're getting, let's say, a converted denture. These small-in-the-day teeth that you get to made the dentures, it's basically plastic. It's going to break. Here at Nuvia, we're able to deliver permanent teeth in 24 hours.
24 hours after my surgery, my beautiful arches were fixed in my mouth. And not only did I have a bright smile, but a lot less mental anxiety.
People are always asking me, are those permanent? Are they going to last a lifetime? Well, yeah, they are. 2.5 years later, and then just like the first day I got them, just as strong as ever.
During the surgery, you're not only going to be treated by your treating surgical doctor, you'll also have a CRNA, a nurse anesthetist there as well. So you'll have two people that have certification in keeping you safe during your procedure, so that you make sure that you're safe during the entire process.
Nuvia is offering the final permanent teeth. These teeth are basically indestructible. During the 4 to 6 month period right after your implants get placed, osseointegration is happening. So those implants are in the bone, and your body is creating new that grows into those implants and locking them in. Nuvia has thousands of 5-star reviews and over 50,000 Facebook members for you to connect with. Not to mention their 99.13% success rate to back it up. Nuvia's new way of doing things actually helps the healing process along. The reality of it is, back in the early 2000s, giving you a set of teeth, either the day or day after you have your surgery, that was incredibly controversial. Back in the early 2000s, that was the new way of doing things. 20 years later, there is definitely room for improvement.
It's literally the day of surgery. You get the implants placed. We get the scans. We get all the records. Send this to the lab, and literally just overnight, they'll make the zirconia prosthesis, and they'll be delivered the next morning.
What do you think the best way for implants to integrate is? With a set of teeth hanging on them that has some microflexure to it, or with going to keep those implants perfectly in place and still so that your body can create new bone? Old way, new way.
I remember the tone to be way more even keeled or way more toned down for somebody who was
I move to strike. All right, not a characterization, but what do you remember of his tone during that call?
his tone was not panicked.
Now, after that call, how often were you speaking to him over the phone the next few days?
We would have spoken a few times. We actually had the community, a lot of friends from the leadership program that we had gotten to know well and love.
And
yeah.
Sir, did you have any text conversations with him as well?
I do not recall.
Okay. Now, sir, since you left the home on New Year's Day of 2023, have you seen Anna Walsh?
No.
Have you heard from her?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the Boston Breakthrough Academy you've spoken about.
Sure.
You said that it was a semester, like about a semester long.
Mhm.
And this Breakthrough Academy, was this for professionals? Was it for anyone?
It was for anyone. It was the premise was to become better human beings and improve on emotional intelligence. And so it was set up in 3 parts: discovery, breakthrough, and leadership. And leadership is by invitation.
Okay. And you had taken this, I think, did you start in January of 2020?
Yeah,
And Mr. Walsh was in the group with you.
that's correct.
And Anna Walsh had taken this very same program the semester before.
The semester before, correct.
You told us that during this program, Mr. Walsh was your buddy.
That's correct.
And when you say buddy, is this something that the program kind of establishes, where they match you up?
That is correct.
Okay. And you had told you that Mr. Walsh sought you out.
That's correct.
And he sought you out because his wife was like, hey, this guy, Jem, this is who you should buddy with.
Objection.
Oral.
I was just saying that when Mr. Walsh came up to you that day, it was because Anna said, hey, Jem, go, I want you to buddy with Jem.
That's what she told me afterwards.
And at that point, you hadn't met Mr. Walsh before.
From creating memories to finding the perfect gift, make the holidays even easier. Check off more of your wish list when you get an extra battery with select Steel battery sets. Happy holidays from Steel.
Across the country, the LGBTQ+ community is under attack.
But they'll have to get through us first. Every day, Lambda Legal is in court fighting back.
But we don't do it alone. With every act of support, you stand with us.
Together, we'll hold the line.
Oh, I had. We were in the same program. We were in the same class.
Oh.
The buddy system is introduced during the class after maybe hours or days or thereabouts. I can't remember exactly when it was introduced, but we had interaction. People spoke at times, and we were in the same room.
Okay, let me take a step back. You hadn't met his wife at that point.
I had not met Anna at that time, no.
And when you were in this group in January of 2020, you had been in real estate for quite some time.
That's correct.
And you've told us that that's something that Anna was interested in.
I found out later that she was, yes.
And Mr. Walsh also was interested in investing property.
We talked about investments mostly with Anna.
Okay, when you said we, you meant Mr. Walsh. and yourself.
Anna and I talked about investments, mostly with her. She mostly about property investments came from her rather than from Brian.
And she was the one that told Brian to buddy up with you, a realtor at the program.
That's correct, but that wasn't related to investments.
Okay.
Yeah.
You told us a little bit already, but at some point you did meet Anna.
I did.
Okay. And you met Anna through Mr. Walsh from being in that group with him.
That's correct.
Okay. And your experience with Brian in the group was that you became friends with him during that process.
That's correct.
And this is someone that you respected as a colleague.
A colleague?
Mm-hmm.
In what manner? Brian was not a colleague of mine.
Well, you became friends with him.
That's correct.
And during the program, you was an impactful person.
During the program and thereafter? Yes, absolutely.
And when you say impactful person, can you tell us what you mean by that?
Well, first of all, we got very close during the program. I got to meet his family and Anna, the children, and we got close. We were very good friends. We became very good friends.
Okay. I guess what I don't understand is when you say someone's impactful, does that mean they're a kind person, a powerful person, a loving person?
That they look out for you.
Jackson.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
I just want to return to your impressions of Mr. Walsh when you got to know him through that leadership program. You had told us that he became a good friend.
That's correct.
And then can you tell us more about your experience with him at program where you had described him as an impactful person?
Sure. It was clear that he was making an effort to show up, and it was the time of COVID, and we all had to pick, collectively, we had to pick as part of the program, a community service project, and it's hard for us to select everyone chipped in and made a case for different organizations, and this was a nonprofit organization out of Brookline called Spoonfuls, and we ended up raising, well, about I think $80-some thousand, and Brian somehow also was able to, I believe, match those funds. So it ended up becoming $170,000 that I recall, and we were told that hundreds of thousands of people were fed as a result.
Honestly, no one wants to think about HIV, but there are things that everyone can do to help prevent it. It starts with getting tested regularly. If you're HIV negative, you and your healthcare provider can decide if PrEP may be right for you. PrEP means routinely taking prescription medicine before you're exposed to HIV to help reduce your chances of getting it. And it can be 99% effective when taken as prescribed. To a healthcare provider about all your HIV prevention options. Our health is worth protecting.
And he was the top fundraiser.
At some point, you had told us that you did meet Brian's wife, Anna.
That's correct.
Where did you first meet her?
I recall having seen her at one of the graduations, mini graduations. It was, again, Discovery Breakthrough. I can't recall which one, but I was hearing about her because we had a mutual friend.
And as you got to know her more, I assume that the three of you would have dinners together, meet for drinks. Tell me a little bit about how your relationship with all three of them would progress.
The three of us, meaning Anna, Brian, and myself?
Yes.
Well, initially, again, when after Anna started working for me, I remember spend at least one other New Year's with them in those 3 years. So that would have been 2 New Years spent in 3 years with them. And we've met at their house, Marblehead and Cohasset, and we've socialized in many other ways. But Anna and I spoke practically every day. When she worked for me, she would sometimes come to my house in the South End and bring pastries, and we would strategize and talk. And we also had team. We would meet with other team members, and sometimes again, we were very close.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you described, Brian's family as, I think the words you used were you saw them as your own.
I did.
Okay. You had told us just now a time where you were living in the South End.
I was.
And at this time when Anna started working for you, you married, unmarried?
I'm married.
And you had told us that Anna, you were talking every day, right?
That's correct.
And you were talking at night and on the weekends as well?
As the job required, or as our friendship
And I would
required.
come to your home and bring food and spend time with you there.
That's correct.
And was that nighttime, weekends, days, whenever it warranted?
Days usually. Yeah.
And when Anna was working for you, that you just described, he never complained to you about how much time you were spending with his wife?
Brian? No.
He never complained that you texted her a lot or spending time with her?
No.
He supported her career with you.
He did?
He was
to my recollection, yes, he was.
Am I correct that you and Anna hit it off quickly? It wasn't a slow burn. You really became instant friends with each other.
That's correct. She was very easy to warm up to.
Okay. And part of the reason is that you had similar backgrounds?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And you had already started telling us that at some point she started to work for you.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was in the summer of 2020?
That's correct.
And the director of operations is basically, she became your right hand.
She did.
So a director of operations might be taking care of your social media to arranging. Tell me, I guess, a little bit more. What was she doing for you on a regular basis?
Well, there was, she did the director of operations is truly the right hand of someone who runs a business, and she did everything. She would bring me coffee. She took pride in bringing me coffee. A couple of times she dropped off my dry cleaners, which were tasks that were obviously not necessarily in her job description, but I do remember asking her, "Is there anything you wouldn't do?" She came from hospitality, and she took pride, and that's the way she was at our open houses. She would rush to open doors for people. She would give them real glass champagne, serve the glass. The way she came out, as I just explained moments ago, the way she came out of the house that night on December 31st to open the door for me. And she was an exceptional employee and friend.
And you valued her employee. She was valuable to you as a friend and an employee.
Very much so.
You relied on her.
Absolutely.
She never said no to you. She did the job required.
That is not true.
Okay, so tell me about a time she said no to you or disagreed with you.
Well, we did have a disagreement in the fall of 2021. And there were times that she responded to me a couple of times with what I perceived to be passive aggression. And yeah, I actually reached out to a mutual friend and then another friend in leadership to seek some opinions as to how I could handle this.
And did you end up handling it by suspending her for a period of time that fall of 2021?
Energy bill dropped from $150 to $50 by doing this. My friends laughed at me when I spent $49 on a power saver device.
I told her that she should take a rest, she should stay at home, and that I would continue to pay her for as long as it took. But then she should take some time off because she was also working exceptionally hard, and that was taking a toll on her. She wanted to prove herself. She's like that. So I remember a client of ours.
So I'm just going to stop you.
Yes.
When you, as you say, suspended or had her take some time off, you still loved her at that point as a friend.
Very much so.
You were still close with her.
Very much so.
It didn't end the personal relationship.
No, not at all. And it didn't end the professional relationship either.
And during that time, I think you talked about seeking counsel. You actually reached out to Mr. Walsh to talk to him about it specifically.
That's correct.
Because this was obviously, Anna was important to you professionally.
And as a friend, yes.
And
both.
personally.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Brian was a close friend of yours.
That is correct.
And you wanted to talk to him and get counsel about how to best move past this.
Yes, we did. We met in the North End. We had a meal and talked about it.
At some point in November of 2021, just about 2 months after the incident you just described, Anna told you that she was thinking of taking a job somewhere else.
That's correct.
And your first response was that you were disappointed.
Yes.
You were sad about this.
It was.
Because in your mind, you guys were really going to partner up and continue to grow together.
Was the idea, yes.
And because you were upset and said, Mr. and Mrs. Walsh actually had you over to their home to talk about this further.
That is correct.
To let you know that they cared about you, loved you.
That's correct.
And that this is what was best for Anna.
That's correct.
And what was best for the family.
That's correct.
And during the conversation, they were both telling you about her new job, and you were sad about it. Brian said to you, let's support her, right?
I do remember that. Yeah.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the job that she ended up taking. Correct that it was at Tishman Spire in Washington, D.C.?
That's correct.
And this was a big job.
That's correct.
I think you already told us how much she was making, but this was a big salary job, a big step for her.
That's correct.
And this was an opportunity for her, a growth opportunity.
Yes.
That is something that you and her had talked about, growth and opportunity, right?
That's correct.
It was something important to you.
Absolutely.
And it was something important to Anna.
Absolutely.
And through your time in becoming friends with Mr. Walsh, it was important to him as well.
That's correct.
And they had small children.
That's correct.
Okay. And part of this transition was the family eventually moving to Washington, DC.
That was the idea.
And this transition was not only for Anna's job, but Mr. Walsh's uncle was also moving to the DC, Virginia area at the time. So there'd be more family down there.
That's what I was told, and that his mother would also move.
So his mother, again, you just said it was also interested in moving to that area.
Yeah.
And Anna was going to go down first, and the plan was obviously to start establishing not just professional contacts, but personal contacts,
That's correct.
because they were going to bring their boys down there.
That's correct.
And you had told us that Anna was also interested in investing in real estate.
That's correct.
And at this point, am I correct that it is the fall into the winter, fall of 2021, winter of 2022?
That's right.
Okay. And at this point, you learned that Mr. Walsh had a pending federal case going on.
I had, yes.
And I want to talk to you just a little bit about your experience with the federal case, okay?
Mhm.
Because you had become close to both Mr. and Mrs. Walsh, you actually attended one or two of the hearings. And you went to support Brian.
I did.
And you went also to support Anna.
That's correct.
Because this was difficult for both of them.
It was.
And Mr. Walsh's mother was there.
That's correct.
And I believe there were other friends of Anna and Brian who had gone.
That is correct.
All right. And the hearings that you were going to, you were standing next to Anna.
I was sitting next to Anna.
And Anna's your friend, you told us, right?
That's correct.
She was your right hand at your business for a while.
That's correct.
And you're there in federal court with her for her husband's case.
That's correct.
And out of support, you reach over and you grab her hand to hold it
That's correct.
because she's your friend and you love her.
Yes, that's correct.
And she clutched your hand back.
Yes, that's correct.
And
It was a very tense moment just before the judge's declaration. Or
okay.
Yeah.
And so you were being a good friend.
I believe so.
Okay. And let me just switch gears for a moment. I think you've already kind of said it, but Mr. Walsh was never jealous of your relationship with Anna.
I don't believe so.
When you say I don't believe so, Anna never told you that Brian was uncomfortable or jealous of your relationship with
I am a widow, and my husband Ryan died when he was 35 years old, when my two sons are a newborn, so 4 months old and 4 years old. And although we never thought in a million years we'd have to use or collect on life insurance for either of us, the unexpected happened. I was able to not only take care of the practical stuff, which is really important, like paying the bills, but most importantly, I was able to focus on my grief, my mental health, and my two kids. You might be thinking, well, getting life insurance is kind of a hassle. But with Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online.
her.
She never said that, no.
And Brian never came to you and complained about the long hours or the friendship with her.
She did not.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
This hearing, when you were there to support your friends, I was asking you about when you were sitting there holding Anna's hand. And you told us that Brian's mother, Diana, was there at the same time.
That's correct.
And was she sitting with you?
She was sitting, that I recall, at the end of that row near the aisle.
And you had a conversation with Anna about Diana's observations of you holding her hand that day at her husband's hearing.
That's correct.
And Anna informed you that Diana was upset that you were holding her hand.
That's correct.
Sustained. What burns belly fat faster?
Cardio burns 600 calories. 20 minutes with the
Answer stricken.
Throughout the time, the 2020 through 2022, you had a chance again to spend a lot of time with Mr. and Mrs. Walsh.
That's correct.
And you talked to Anna a lot about her relationship and her marriage and being a mother.
Yeah.
And during those conversations and your observations, Anna told you that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
That's correct.
And at some point, while Anna was working for you, she confessed that she had a crush on you.
She said that, yeah, maybe. I don't recall specifically those words coming out. But
With
yeah.
looking at a copy of your interview from January of 2023, help refresh your memory. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Page 53.
Counsel.
Oh, I might. I sent these to you guys. So I don't know if you-
Can I just hear that?
Glad to hear it.
Well, Mr.
Okay. I think I got it. Thank you.
Just going to approach you. Is it fair to say that that's your name on that front page?
Yes.
And then I'm just going to have you look at that first page to yourself, just to recognize it's the beginning of your statement.
That's correct. Yeah.
And I'm just going to refer you, and you can just read to yourself and take as much as you need.
Sure.
And just look up at me when you're done.
For sure. Yeah. From the top, from the top of the page.
And to the bottom. So
Sure. So we actually start.
just,
Read to
just
yourself.
read to yourself and look up when you're done.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. That's it.
Okay. Just going to come take that back. Does reviewing that portion of your statement refresh your memory as to whether Anna had told you that she had a crush on you?
I object to this line of question, Your Honor.
He can answer it. If it refreshes his memory, it
I,
does. If it
I
doesn't,
don't
it doesn't.
recall Anna telling me that she had a crush on me.
Okay. When you were working together and Anna was there, you had mentioned that you had other people working with you and for you.
That's correct.
And at some point you developed a close relationship with another female coworker.
That's correct.
And I'm assuming it became romantic.
Jane?
So you don't have any memory of Anna Walsh telling you that at some point she was a little jealous of that coworker and had a crush on
Objection.
Sustained.
she developed feelings for you.
Objection.
Sustained.
Anna Walsh told you that she told her husband that she had a crush
I'll
on
see you
you.
at the side of the bench.
So the craziest thing happened to me today. I got a psychic reading. I know. So when I was presented with the opportunity to have a reading done by the team at California Psychics, I'm not gonna lie, I was hesitant. But I will say, I do respect the fact that there are those who have these gifts. They are able to see and they are able to discern and they are able to feel things deeply. I went to the California Psychics website. I'm scrolling through and looking and trying to get a feel for who I think I would match with. So here are two takeaways from my time with my psychic reader. One, she told me that I was in a season of preparation, which is 100% accurate for what I'm going through right now professionally. But here's where I started to feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. So every year on January 1st, like the first couple days in January, I sit, meditate, and I think about a word. Without me sharing any details or any information about this practice or this ritual that I do every year at the top of the year, she said this word like 3 times. She also said travel was big in my future. And I was like, yes, because you know your girl likes to catch flights and not feelings. This was something that I did for myself. I enjoyed it. I was quite enlightened in my time with the psychic. And if you want to try for yourself, no pressure. But if you're curious like me, click the link in my bio and get started with your reading with California Psychics.
You had mentioned that when Anna stopped working for you, you guys still stayed in touch.
That's correct.
So it wasn't an everyday type of thing, but you would still talk and text?
That's correct.
And she started working in DC for Tishman Speyer in February or March of 2022?
Thereabouts, but there was some overlap when she was still taking care of business for me, because
Okay.
that's the kind of human being and employee she was.
And during the time that she was working both jobs, was she living in DC or was she still in Boston when she was doing that?
I believe she was coming and going from DC at that time.
Okay. And after she left and you would speak, would it be fair that she would also consult you about professional decisions, strategies, what to do?
We would talk about that. We would talk about things, yeah.
Okay. And you would also ask her for her advice?
Sure.
And this is a person that you would consider a confidant? A confidant?
A confidant, sure.
Okay.
Sure, absolutely.
And obviously, she was one of yours and you were one of hers.
That's correct. Often I've called her the sister I never had.
Okay.
One of the sisters I never had.
Okay.
Yeah. She was an exceptional human being.
Thank you. You had told us a little bit of a conversation on the 29th that you had with her.
Yes.
And you had said that being apart and going back and forth was hard on the family. It was hard on her.
That's what I recall.
Okay. And you had told us that in the winter of 2022, that Anna was making about $300,000 at her new job.
With bonus, that's what I was told. I didn't know about it at the time, but it came up in conversation that night.
Okay.
On December 31st.
Okay. And you also told us at the time Mr. Walsh was making about 50 or 60 grand a year.
That's what I was told. That's what I remember.
And he also was interested in participating in investing in small businesses.
Correct.
On the phone call on the 29th, you had said that Anna invited you over for New Year's.
That's correct.
And I think you said that she knew you, that you would probably just be at home, not doing anything.
That is correct.
On the phone call, she didn't say, let me check with Brian first.
I don't recall.
Was Brian on the phone with her?
No.
Did she say,
Well,
I'll
I
call
don't
you
know.
back and
No,
confirm?
no, Brian was not on the phone with her. No,
And
absolutely.
this was to come to her home and spend time with her husband and their 3 children.
That's correct.
And I think you had said earlier today that you had spent another New Year's Eve with them.
That is correct.
Was that the one right preceding this one or another one?
I think it was 2 New Years before. So
Okay.
I think there was one between where I did not spend the New Year's with them.
And that prior New Year's, was that out somewhere or was that at their
It was
home?
out. It was out at a restaurant.
Okay. And I think you had said that during this call, she was upbeat.
From creating memories to finding the perfect gift, Steel can help make the holidays even easier. Check off more of your wish list when you get an extra battery with select Steel battery sets. Happy holidays from Steel.
Let me back up. You had called to tell her that she had just sold a property, right?
That's correct. The purpose of my call was on the fact that she was going to do the 30 exchange program and reinvest and grow financially.
Okay.
But also to catch up with her, also to hear her voice and see how she's doing.
Okay. So let me just talk to you a little bit about the tax 1030 that you just described. She had owned a property in Revere,
That's correct.
and you helped sell her. You helped sell it.
Well, yes, it technically, yes, my team did, but I wasn't directly involved in the sale. My teammate handled it all.
Okay.
So I wasn't privy to the day-to-day of the sale.
Okay.
And that's actually why I called her at the end. I said, well, geez, we accomplished something here.
Okay.
And
Let me just do a little bit more.
Yeah.
You explained that with this process, instead of taking the proceeds, you can just roll it right into another property?
That's correct.
What were the proceeds on the sale from this Revere house?
I do not remember.
Was it over 50? Was it $1 million roughly?
No, it was a smaller condo. It certainly
Okay.
wouldn't have been $1 million. No, it wasn't. It was several $100,000. Yeah.
Okay. And so instead of taking those proceeds on December 29th of 2022, the decision was made to roll it into other property.
That's correct. And she would have had 45 days to declare another property or another 2 or 3 properties, up to 3 properties, and would have 80 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of them
Okay.
to satisfy the requirements of the program.
Okay. You mentioned a name on direct examination I'd like to talk to you a little bit about. You used the name Will or William Fasto.
That's correct.
And in 2022, you had known Will for about 20 years,
Thereabouts, yes.
and
Correct.
you guys were both in real estate, and that's how you met him?
That's correct. He was in real estate in Boston first and then DC.
Okay. And when Brian and Anna were looking to relocate to Washington, DC for her job, they wanted to buy a family home down there.
That's correct.
And you hooked both of them up with Will, the realtor.
That is correct.
And would it also be fair that it would be nice for Anna to have a personal and a friend down there going down to DC with no one else at the time?
That's correct.
And again, you had told us that she was looking into investing in more real estate as investment properties.
That's correct.
And during this process, Brian Walsh and Will Fasto really just had a professional relationship, no friendship.
I don't know what kind of relationship they had. I'm not privy to the details of their relationship.
Okay. But through your conversation.
You're talking about Brian Walsh, correct?
Yes.
Brian Walsh and Will Fasto.
Yes.
I'm not privy to the conversations they had or. Yeah.
Okay. But you knew that you had introduced both Mr. Walsh and Anna to Will for the purpose of finding a family home.
As far as I'm concerned, I had introduced the family, the Walsh family.
Thank you.
To Will Fasto.
Okay. And at some point, Anna told you that she had become good friends with Will Fasto.
That's correct.
And I think you told us a little bit about a phone call you had with her on December 29th.
Correct.
Anna Walsh never told you that she was romantically involved with Will Fasto.
No.
She never told you that she was going to leave Mr. Walsh for Will Fasto.
No.
And she never told you that she had more than platonic feelings for Mr. Fasto.
Not particularly, but she was, I mean, emotions are complex. I knew they had gotten close.
Okay.
But she never told me that she had a relationship with Will Fasto.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just want to return to her relationship with. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just going to return to Anna and Brian's relationship for a few minutes.
Sure.
You had told us that you spent time with them both together as a family.
That's correct.
And you also spent time with them individually without the other one.
That is correct.
And when you spent time with them together, you never really saw them argue.
Recall having seen them argue. No.
And they were a couple that you've described as in sync with each other.
I would say so, that I always thought that there was a lot of love between them. And that she was very much in love with Brian.
At Vistaprint, we print signs people can see your brand up close. But we also print signs so that people can see it here, and see it here, so you stand out, even when they're way back here. Get 15% off signs and banners at Vistaprint.com.
When the temperature drops, America brings the heat with Hot Hands, America's favorite warmer.
Yeah.
Sometimes each one would come to you individually if they had any disagreements with each other, though. You were their friend collectively and independently.
That's correct.
And sometimes Anna would confide in you.
That's correct.
And sometimes Brian would confide in you.
That's correct.
And you obviously would keep their confidences because you were their friend individually and collectively.
That is correct.
And as you told us that you introduced the family to Will Fasto. Yes?
Yes.
So Mr. Walsh knew that you were friends with Will Fasto.
I would assume so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at no time did Brian Walsh ever pepper you with questions?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about New Year's Eve. Earlier that day, did you exchange some text messages with Anna Walsh to confirm that you were coming over that night?
I did.
And you were looking forward to spending time over there?
Very much so.
Looking forward to hopefully seeing the kids?
Yes.
Looking forward to seeing Anna?
Yes.
And looking forward to seeing Brian?
That's correct.
And I think you told us that when you first arrived, that even as you're pulling in the driveway, Anna is running towards you, no coat on, and just throws herself in your arms.
That's correct.
And you were excited to see her.
Yes.
And she was obviously excited to see you.
Yes.
And you said it was cold out.
Yes.
And you guys were laughing as she's running towards you.
Yes.
And then you walk in the house together.
That's correct.
And are you walking hand in hand and talking because you haven't seen each other in a while? Well, you said she ushered you into the house.
That's correct. She was receiving a guest into the house.
Okay. But was she excited to see you? Was she holding on to your?
She was very excited to see me. She gave each other a hug.
Okay.
And then we walked into the house.
And when you walked into the house, you went into the kitchen and Mr. Walsh was there.
That's correct.
He embraced
I don't remember whether Brian was at the door, was in the kitchen. He was there. Yeah.
Okay. And when you saw him, he embraced you in a hug.
Absolutely.
And it was just the three of you.
Initially, yes.
Could I trouble you to please bring up exhibit number 3? And is this correct, as I'm showing everyone exhibit number 3, that this was the Walsh family kitchen in Cohasset on December 31st?
Yes.
And we see some stools at the kitchen table. You and Anna were sitting next to each other?
That's correct.
And am I correct that Mr. Walsh was cooking for everyone?
That's correct.
And so the stove and oven is to the right there of the table?
Yes.
Okay. And when you first got there, the kids were asleep?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you first got there, Mr. Walsh is cooking food?
Yes. Preparing, yeah, cooking.
No, I don't want to cut you off.
Sure, preparing, cooking. Yeah,
And Anna and Brian are getting you some champagne,
that's correct.
and everyone's toasting to the new year.
Yes,
Okay. And I think you've already said this, but the atmosphere was jovial.
that's correct.
Hope for the upcoming year.
That's true.
There were discussions how 2022 had been a little difficult for all three of you.
That's true.
And it was great to be together because you made it. And now you're looking into a new year with new hope and new possibilities.
That's correct.
The champagne bottle that all three of you signed, that was the spirit that new year, so happy to be together, aren't we lucky? And as you're sitting at that kitchen table, you're having conversations about investment properties.
We were.
You're having conversations about book reviews and what books everyone should read.
Yes,
And you told us that Anna is texting people. You said it's New Year's Eve, so she's getting texts, sending texts.
yes.
And as you're sitting at that table, she's snapping pictures with just the two of you.
Meaning just the two of us, meaning Anna and I? I do recall, I mean, I have received a photo of the three of us with Anna and their oldest son. A selfie, yeah.
I don't mean to cut you off, but during that night, she has her phone out, she's taking pictures of just the two of you, just Anna and Jen, to memorialize the night. It's a celebration.
Oh, it's the two, oh, I see. Well, the two of us and Brian.
All three of you together.
All three of us together, correct.
And in that picture, you're smiling, you're embracing each other.
Yes,
And Brian's preparing food and he's serving you all the food he's making, the different dishes, right?
yes,
And he's serving it to his wife, Anna.
yes,
And they're talking to each other during the night.
yes, they are.
And they're laughing with each other during the night.
Yes.
And they're taking pictures with each other during the night.
I don't know if they were taking pictures with each other during the night. I don't recall.
But there was the picture of the three of you embracing and smiling.
That's the three of us with Brian? Was that what you're asking? Was there a picture of Anna, Brian, and myself that night? I don't recall. I recall one picture, and that's with Anna and their oldest son. That was Tom. Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about the conversations that you were having that night.
Sure.
At some point, Anna showed you a new ring she had. It was a diamond ring,
That is correct.
and it was quite large.
They said it was
My energy bill dropped from $150 to $50 by doing this. My friends laughed at me when I spent $49 on a power saver device that could cut my energy bill in half. They thought I got scammed. But when I showed them my super low energy bill, they were blown away.
Check that out. This is our current energy bill. This is our last energy bill. And as you can see, over a 56% difference.
Hi guys, I just want to share a quick and simple technique that anyone can use to lower their energy consumption without changing their lifestyle. With this method, you can keep cooking, baking, gaming, running your dryer, wash at 90 degrees, and keep your heater running like you used to before. This method can essentially cut your energy bill in half by optimizing your home's energy grid. It lowers your energy bill by anywhere from 20% to 50% by bypassing the spikes in your home's current, which can lead to significant savings on your energy bills. It was discovered by Carl, an electrical engineer, during last winter, when, like many of you, he was hit with ridiculously high electricity bills. His energy provider was charging him over $165 a month. It was insane, so he decided to do something about it. As an engineer, Carl knew the power grid we're all connected to isn't perfect. Millions of tiny energy spikes are constantly flowing into your home's grid. These spikes send excess energy into your devices, causing them to use more energy than they actually need. This is bad news for your appliances and your energy bill. Think of it like a bucket that's overflowing 24/7 without you even knowing. It's a massive waste, right? And of course, energy providers don't bother telling you about it or try to fix the problem. So that's exactly what he set out to do. Carl figured that if he could use Nikola Tesla's theory to streamline the current flowing into his home grid, it would lower his energy consumption at the end of the month. So he built a prototype that uses the Tesla coil principle to stabilize electricity usage, cutting out all spikes of energy you don't use, still get charged for. He plugged it into an outlet in his house and let it sit there for a month. When he received his monthly energy bill, his jaw dropped. His bill went down from $165 to $62. It didn't just work, it was a massive difference. After Carl shared the results of his prototype on social media, investors lined up, teamed up with a product engineer to bring this energy-saving device to the market. It's called EcoWatt, and it's this little plug-and-play device that can literally cut your electricity bills in half. Here's how it works. Super simple. You just plug it into any empty power socket in your home, and it gets to work smoothing out your power grid. That's it. Just plug it. Takes care of the rest. Thousands of people are already using it and saving a ton of money. Now he really wants as many people as possible to benefit from this. So he's running a special promo today where you can get EcoWatt at 50% off. Plus he's throwing in a 30-day money-back guarantee because he knows how much your money matters. If it doesn't work the way you expect, just send it back. No questions asked. Just scan the QR code you see on the screen to visit his website, and you can grab your EcoWatt at 50% off today.
Life after student debt is within reach. Refi at SoFi.com. You could save thousands and get to your goals faster. SoFi, get your money right.
I said it was a valuable ring. Yeah.
And I believe Anna told you that it was worth several $100,000.
Objection.
Jurors, I think it'd be a nice time for you to take your morning break.
Jurors exiting, all rise. Jurors, please leave your notebooks and chairs and watch your step. Stand up, please, sir.
Sure. Thank you.
Take step down. You may step down. You can go right back outside. You may be seated, everyone else. Yes. He's done.
Thank you, Ron. I'm not seeing the relevance in down the road.
An answer for her, for counsel, but go ahead.
The government has represented to this jury that one of the motives was financial.
All right. How much longer will this witness you expect?
Myself?
Yes.
I can't imagine it goes more than 15 minutes.
All right. I won't hold you to it.
Okay.
Keepers next? Or probation officer? All right. Have a good break.
Thank you.
QuickMD connects patients with a doctor online for opioid use disorder. Medication-assisted treatment backed by science. No judgment, no stigma, and no insurance is required. Take control and talk to a doctor today at .md.
Ordering food for work used to mean stacks of receipts and spreadsheets. But with EasyCater, all that paperwork doesn't even work anymore. View orders, access receipts, track expenses, all in one place. Now that's a tasty solution.
Start an order at easycater.com.
You are unmuted.
Please proceed to question on the session. Jennifer Sullivan.
Oh, the witness back on the stand.
Just watch your step. Sure. Just remind you, keep your voice up for me, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Just going to pick up a little bit where we left off. During the night that you were describing, at one point, Anna was showing you her,
Yes,
and she was happy about it.
that's correct.
That Brian had got her this ring,
That's correct.
and he was smiling.
Yes,
And you told us that during the night, because it's New Year's Eve, is texting people and she's getting text messages while you guys are in that kitchen.
that's correct.
Could I please have Exhibit 3 again? Thank you. And during the time that you were there, am I correct that it was about 5 hours you spent that night? I think you said 8:30 to 1:30.
Roughly 4 to 5 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you weren't drunk, right?
No.
They weren't drunk?
No.
The champagne was free flowing, so to speak, but everyone was just happy and tipsy.
Yeah.
And during the night, there are, you had mentioned there was food being served, conversations about the future, and Anna was getting text messages from people, and she was sending text messages to people.
That's correct.
And while you're sitting in that kitchen, the three of you, at some point, she says, let's send a picture of Will.
I believe that's what she said. I'm not 100% sure. I believe that's what she said. Yeah. Yeah.
And after that, you stayed for quite a bit after that.
Again, I don't remember what part of the evening that, oh, actually, I do, because I would have, because this would have been exactly when their oldest son, was awake. So it would have been towards the beginning. That's, yeah,
And so you stayed for several hours after that, right?
that's correct.
And during the night, everyone continued to be jovial, I believe you described,
That's correct.
drinking champagne, talking with each other.
That's correct.
And I think you had told us on direct that at some point, Brian had told you that he had lost his phone,
That he had misplaced his phone.
misplaced his phone. And I think you had said that he told you it was liberating not to have it.
That's correct.
And he was kind of laughing about how free it felt not to be on a cell phone.
That was the gist of it. Correct.
Democrats win the mayoralty in Miami, which has been a Republican stronghold for 30 years. What does that mean for Republicans? We get into the affordability debate. First, this year, while you're taking care of everybody else on your nice list, don't forget about yourself. Our Daily Wire Plus Christmas sale is live. New Daily Wire Plus annual memberships are 40% off. Your Daily Wire Plus membership unlocks our entire library of premium entertainment, including documentaries that are reshaping culture, like What is a Woman and Am I Racist? Our catalog of exclusive series, the upcoming 7-part epic, The Pendragon Cycle, Rise of the Merlin, and every uncensored ad-free daily show from the most trusted voices in media. This Christmas, give yourself something with real substance, the gift that brings clarity and respects your intelligence. Go to dailywire.com/subscribe to grab your annual membership for 40% off. Alrighty, folks, so some flags are going up. Some red warning sirens are beginning to sound about Republican hopes in 2026 and, yes, in 2028, because American politics is like a pendulum. If it swings one direction for a moment, then wait a minute, it'll probably swing back the other direction naturally. Right now, Miami has been Republican for decades. It's been Republican for decades, specifically because there's a large Cuban Republican population, very anti-communist. Well, for the first time in 30 years, Democrats have now taken control of Miami. That's after candidate Eileen Higgins clinched the city's mayoral election. Higgins beat out Trump-backed Republican Emilio Gonzalez in the Florida city's runoff Tuesday night. She becomes the first Democratic mayor in the city since 1998, according to the New York Post. The victory is an upset for GOP lawmakers around the country who rallied behind Gonzalez because, of course, South Florida has been in a very red area over the course of the last 10 years or so. Florida itself was a very competitive area for Democrats up until about 2018, when Ron DeSantis won an extremely narrow election against a man, Andrew Gillum, who would later be caught up in flagrante delicto with some awkward situations involving drugs in a hotel room, male prostitutes, perhaps. Anyway, that was a ruling that happened after the election. That narrow election in 2018. In 2022, DeSantis blew out his political opposition. And in 2024, Florida went to President Trump by a very margin. Well, Miami has been Republican for a very long time. Apparently now it has turned blue, despite the fact that Republicans rallied in favor of the Republican candidate. And Trump threw his weight behind the Republican candidate. He was joined by Ted Cruz, Rick Scott, and Governor DeSantis, but it didn't matter very much. Apparently, the Democrat led Gonzalez 36-19 during the first round of voting amid a crowded field in November. She was the favorite to win this time. But this ding in the Republican armor for sure. Again, some of the early bellwethers are not moving in Republican directions right now. It is also a warning bell for Republicans with regard to the Hispanic vote in the United States. President Trump won an outsized share of Hispanics in the last election cycle. The polling shows that many Hispanics are falling on the Republican bandwagon right now because Trump solved some of the big issues like closing the southern border, but he has alienated an awful lot of Hispanic Republicans with some of the, shall we say, more public-facing ICE actions. He has also alienated some Hispanic Republicans because we got a lot of Hispanic Republicans were driven away from the Democratic Party by their social radicalism and DEI. Democrats have been smartly on a national level moving away from those discussions and back toward, wait for it, affordability. So this is the issue of the day, affordability. Now, President Trump has labeled affordability a Democratic hoax. Totally understand where he is coming from, because affordability is a broad buzzword that encompasses many things. Right? It doesn't increase the inflation rate. If we're talking inflation rate, Trump has brought down inflation to manageable levels. It's still higher than it should be, but it's not riding at 9, 10, 11% like it was under Joe Biden. Energy prices actually are norming out under President Trump. When people say affordability, it is fair to say very few people ever think that things are quote unquote affordable. Nothing is affordable, right? If you are struggling economically at any time in your life, this means inherently you're going to make things unaffordable. But really, when people talk about affordability, what do they mean? They mean that things are less affordable for them now than they were back in 2019. And that is what the polling data shows. That is what Americans think today. A new poll from Politico shows that nearly half of Americans said find groceries, utility bills, healthcare, housing, and transportation difficult to afford. More than a quarter, 27%, said they have skipped a medical checkup because of costs within the last few years. 23% said they've skipped a prescription dose for the same reason. More than a third of Americans say they could not afford to attend a professional sporting event with family or friends. 46% said they could not pay for a vacation that involves air travel. Now, it is worthwhile noting all of those numbers are minority numbers. Those are not broad majority numbers. Now, a quarter of Americans saying that they have to skip a medical appointment, or less than half of Americans saying they can't pay for a vacation involving air travel. With that said, overall, Americans are dissatisfied with how far their money is going right now. According to Politico, only 22% of voters who cast their ballots for President Trump in 2024 said that tariffs are helping the U.S. economy both now and in the long term. Meanwhile, when it comes to things like college costs, 62% of Americans say college isn't worth it because it costs too much or doesn't provide enough benefits. When it comes to food prices, half of those surveyed say they find it difficult to pay for food. A majority, 55%, blame the Trump administration for the high prices. Again, some of that is based on tariff concerns. When it comes to housing costs, a huge percentage of Americans are worried about housing costs and home buying. Only 10% of those who identify as MAGA Republicans believe the Trump administration is responsible for housing costs they see as unfavorable. But that figure is 3 times higher for non-MAGA Republican respondents. Nearly half of Americans find it difficult to afford health care, according to that Politico poll as well. And this isn't rooted in nothing. I asked our friends and sponsors over at Comet, a project of perplexity, how much have rental costs escalated since 2019 in the United States? Health insurance costs, food prices, college costs. And here is what Comet says. Rental, housing, health insurance, food, college have all risen substantially since 2019, with food and rent up roughly 20 to 25% or more. Health insurance premiums up about 25%. Average college tuition up around 12%, depending on the sector. I also asked Comet How much have incomes risen in that same period, non-inflation adjusted? And the reason it's not adjusting for inflation there is if you're talking about the input prices, some of that is the inflationary increase in food prices brought about by the Biden administration. So you have to use the same ruler. According to Comet, non-inflation adjusted nominal household incomes are up by roughly 10 to 15% since 2019, which is less than the increase in rents, food, and health insurance costs over the same period. So yes, you're making more dollars than you were in 2019, but those dollars aren't going quite as far. So both things can be true. Things are less affordable than they were years ago. And also, Democrats talk about the problems of affordability. They're neglecting the fact that most of those problems emerged under Joe Biden. That is what Trump means when he says that the affordability argument is a hoax. He means they created an inflationary spiral that jacked up prices, and then they handed him a bad situation. And then he has brought inflation down to manageable levels, and now they're shouting about affordability. They can't shout about inflation because if they say inflation, everyone's going to look at Joe Biden and look at Trump and realize Trump brought the inflation rates down. So if they talk about affordability as a catch-all basket, that is a much more lucrative political line for them to pursue. All right, coming up, we'll get to President Trump talking about affordability. Is this narrative going to play first? This episode is sponsored by Birch Gold, our first Birch Gold group. In that time, we've helped thousands of Daily Wire listeners diversify into physical gold. Talk about peace of mind, especially when you see gold up over 50% this year. In all that time, the most successful promotion we've ever run with Birch Gold was the 24-karat gold-plated Truth Bomb, our version of a bunker buster on leftist ideology. Well, we happen to have an extremely limited amount in cold storage right now until they're gone. With a qualifying purchase from Birch Gold, you can own a Daily Wire Golden Truth Bomb. Let Birch Gold help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. If your purchase qualifies, they'll send you a Golden Truth Bomb. I bought mine from Birch Gold this year because I was concerned about the vicissitudes of the economy. It's really easy. You call them, you ask all your questions, and now there's gold sitting in my safe. And yes, I'm that person. With rate cut from the Fed in 2026, the dollar will probably be worth less. And what happens if that AI bubble actually comes to an end? Diversify. Just text my name to 989898 to claim your eligibility before December 22nd. Don't wait. Text Ben to the number 98 today because Birch Gold will run out of Golden Truth Bombs. Text Ben to 989898. Also, with our show sponsor, Policy Genius, you can give your family a gift that actually endures, the secure life insurance and lasting peace of mind. Nearly half of American adults would face financial hardship within 6 months if they lost their primary income. Policy Genius makes finding life insurance simple when you use real coverage so your loved ones have the financial safety net they need when it matters most. Look, if you've been putting off life insurance, now would actually be an amazing time to sort out before the year ends. Policy Genius makes the whole thing way less painful than you'd think. It's a simple online marketplace where you can compare quotes from all the major insurers in one place, completely free. They've got a team of licensed experts who will walk you through everything. They'll answer your questions, deal with all the paperwork, help you figure out what coverage actually makes sense for you without all that confusing jargon. The whole point is to find you the most affordable policy that actually fits your situation. And based on thousands of 5-star reviews on Google and Trustpilot, they're clearly good at it. It's much the way to handle something that usually feels overwhelming. With Policy Genius, real users have gotten 20-year, $2 million policies for just $53 a month. Don't wait until next year. Give your family the gift of security today with Policy Genius. Head on over to policygenius.com/Shapiro. Compare life insurance quotes from top companies. See how much you save. policygenius.com/Shapiro. Here was President Trump yesterday in Pennsylvania.
They have a new word. You know, they always have a hoax. The new word is affordability. So they look at the camera and they say, this election is all about affordability.
And again, the reason he is doing that is because he is looking at the stats and he is saying, I did a better job than Biden. And he's right. He is doing a better job than Joe Biden. But Democrats are smart. If they just say affordability over and over, then they never have to come up with a solution, even if they created the problem in the first place. That is true with regard to healthcare, for example, where they keep talking about unaffordability in healthcare. And you and I may say to ourselves, wait, hold up. You're talking about unaffordability in healthcare. I thought Obama was supposed to solve all of this. Wasn't that your program? And the answer is yes. But if they talk about healthcare unaffordability, then they have to blame Republicans for the fact that they made it unaffordable in the first place. Because affordability is a present tense question. Are things affordable? Inflation looks back at history and says, are things going up, going down, or pretty steady? Affordability is not comparative. Affordability is just about what you feel in the moment. This is why Democrats right now are getting away with the fact that they radically expanded Obamacare subsidies under Joe Biden during COVID. generating artificial funding for a program that is non-feasible on a monetary level. And now they're leaving Republicans holding the bag, trying to say Republicans need to fill in the gap. This is the game that Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Leader, is playing. He's railing at Republicans for not expanding healthcare subsidies back to the sort of Joe Biden levels.
Time has run out. Democrats have been pressing our Republican colleagues for months to deal with the healthcare crisis that they have created. In a matter of just a few weeks, tens of millions of Americans who live in every single state across this country are about to experience dramatically increased healthcare costs. In some instances, premiums are going to increase by $1,000 or $2,000 per month. How is that acceptable?
Okay, so, again, the game that he is playing here is they get unaffordable. They destroy the mechanism for funding health insurance programs. And then they ask you to fill in the gap based on the current unaffordability. This is the beauty of being a Democrat. You can run a program into the ground, cost American taxpayers hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars with these welfare programs. And then, because people are dependent on them, you have to give them their fix, or they blame you for their current suffering. The Senate is about to propose a bill put forward by the Republicans that would allow those ACA tax credits, which are just Obamacare subsidies. Again, tax credits really are just checks because it's not as though it's credited against taxes you are paying. They're just subsidies. They would allow the ACA tax credits to expire and instead approve new funds to boost health savings accounts, or HSAs, which Americans up to 700% of the poverty level can use to buy bronze or catastrophic plans, the lowest tiers of insurance available under the ACA. It would also create the option for more people to buy those cheaper and less comprehensive plans. It would fund cost-sharing reduction payments. Under the Senate plan put forward by Republicans, eligible adults under 50 years old would get $1,000 per year deposited into that HSA. Those 50 to 64 would get $1,500 per year. That legislation would block using the money for abortion or gender transition procedures. Democrats are saying it's not enough, that if the Congress allows the ACA subsidies to expire, premiums will double for more than 20 million Americans who use them, so the $1,000 is not going to pay for the subsidies that Democrats have put into place when those subsidies expire. Sabrina Corlett points out the finances here. She says the average deductible for a bronze plan is $7,500, double that for a family plan. The HSA contribution doesn't extend to kids under 18. It's only $1,000 for an adult under 50. There's no adjustment for income, meaning that the proposal favors people who are wealthier and healthier. Senator Chuck Schumer is angry at the bill. He just wants more funding for Obamacare, which, again, this was supposed to solve the problem of Obamacare. It obviously didn't. Here is Schumer ripping Republicans.
The bill not only fails to extend the tax credits, it increases costs, adds tons of new abortion restrictions for women, expands junk fees, and permanently funds cost-sharing reductions. Their bill is junk insurance. It's been repudiated in the past. The American people will repudiate it once again because it is junk insurance that puts the burden on people.
Now, what's hilarious about him saying junk insurance is that he's talking about bronze plans available under Obamacare. You created that program. You created those catastrophic plans for its purpose, right? It was you guys. This was your program, purely Democrat lines, not a bipartisan proposal. And now you're calling it junk insurance. Because again, the goal for Democrats when it comes to affordability is create subsidization schemes that make things unaffordable and deceive the American people that subsidies are going to make them cheap. And then Republicans say no, blame the Republicans for it. Now, this does put Republicans in purple states in a difficult position. Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri is warning that Americans will blame Republicans if their premiums do skyrocket at the end of the month. He says, I just don't know how Republicans would explain that to 24 million Americans whose premiums are going to double. People at home are going to say, you're hurting it. You're making premiums go up. You're not helping me. Why are you doing that to me? Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina, who is stepping down from his seat, he said, people are currently paying $800 a month for health insurance. For a couple and 3 kids, just communicated to me it's going to be twice. It'll be $1,600 a month. So $1,000 is not going to make up for that, obviously. You're talking about a $7,200 increase over the course of the year. The reality is Republicans have never had a comprehensive plan to replace Obamacare because every time we get into a comprehensive plan, the devil is in the details. And the attempt politically to avoid blowback by providing very small HSA boosts, that is not going to work. On an ideological level, I believe that the federal government should get entirely out of the business of funding health insurance. This should be a state and government issue. It should be the social networks that we all exist in that help all of our friends who are sick and elderly pay for the health insurance bills. I don't know why the federal government is involved in this sort of stuff in the first place. None of this is in the Constitution. With that said, on a political level, if Republicans are going to try to do a solve, what they actually should do is they should probably boost those ACA subsidies for another couple of years, but include a bunch of rules that transition it out and make way for larger HSAs. In other words, provide people some sort of glide path toward a new future, as opposed to a hard stop. Hard stops in American politics typically create massive political blowback, and 2026 looks like it's going to be pretty ugly for Republicans. So on a principle level, I totally understand why Republicans are saying don't continue the ACA subsidies. But I also understand that the political blowback is going to lead to Democratic power in 2028. And Republicans who are pretending away the vulnerability that they have electorally here are missing the point. All right, coming up, President Trump continues to push his tariff policy. Americans aren't really in love with it. First, getting a wide variety of whole food ingredients into my diet is key, especially with constant work travel. Our sponsor, Balance of Nature's whole health system, makes it simple. Their convenient blend of fruits and veggies in easy-to-take capsules is kosher. It ensures I'm getting essential nutrients every single day without the hassle of prep work or planning. It's an effortless way to support my wellness goals while managing that busy on-the-go lifestyle. Balance of Nature's whole health system supplements, they're incredibly versatile. They're easy to work into your daily routine. The fiber and spice supplement blends smoothly into your favorite drinks, adding a warm aromatic depth from its spice blend. And if you prefer, you can even open up those fruits and veggies capsules and mix the powder directly into a smoothie or sprinkle it over your meals. What makes these supplements special is they're packed 47 ingredients from 100% real whole fruits, vegetables, spices, and fibers, everything from psyllium husk and flaxseed to cinnamon, turmeric, mango, pineapple, wild blueberry, shiitake, spinach, kale, cayenne pepper, and so much more. It's a simple way to give your body the nutrition it needs every single day. I'm on the road right now. It's very easy to get sick while you're on the road. And frankly, I need better nutrients, which is why I use Balance of Nature products. New and existing customers can get 50% off the whole health system with limited time offer. Go to balanceofnature.com to claim the offer. Also, when we started Daily Wire, it felt like we had to figure everything out with minimal help, editorial guidelines, studio setup, production schedule, branding. It was overwhelming. New decisions were necessary every day. Finding that one tool that simplifies everything when starting a business becomes a game changer and lifesaver. For millions of businesses, that tool is our sponsor, Shopify. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and 10% of all e-commerce in the United States. We even use it for our own Daily Wire shop to make sure things are running smoothly and efficiently so you can get all the goods. You might be asking, what if I can't design a website or people haven't heard of my brand? Well, that's not a problem because Shopify has you covered from the start. They've got beautiful, ready-to-go templates that match your brand style and help you find your customers through easy-to-read email and social media campaigns. And if you need a hand with everyday tasks, their AI tool enhance product images, write descriptions, and more. Plus, their award-winning customer support is available 24/7 to share advice if you ever get stuck. Turn those dreams into and give them the best shot at success with Shopify. Sign up for 1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/Shapiro. Go to Shopify.Shapiro. That's Shopify.com/Shapiro. By the way, the same thing is true on tariff policy. The reality is that the president's tariff policy is widely unpopular. The argument that the president has been making with regard to tariffs is not a particularly successful one. So yesterday, he was speaking in Pennsylvania, for example. He was again repeating this line that you don't need $37 for your daughter, you need steel. Okay, let's just be clear. There are a lot of Americans who would like to buy toys for their kids. And also, it turns out that tariffs on steel make steel more expensive. That is literally the purpose of a tariff on steel. Also, we do not actually have steel shortages from foundries in the United States. The reality is that steel is no longer a sort of core American industry the way that it was in 1955. Here's the president.
The one thing you need steel. You can get certain products. You can give up pencils. That's under the China policy. Every child can get 37 pencils. They only need 1 or 2. They don't need that many. But you always need steel. You don't need $37 for your daughter. 2 or 3 is nice.
Okay, we should point out at this point that, again, according to our sponsors over at Comet, project of perplexity. The United States currently produces 90 million metric tons of crude raw steel per year, consumes on the order of 90 to 95 million tons of steel per year. Any gap is covered by small amounts of net imports. But I don't understand why these are mutually exclusive. It turns out to have both steel and also dolls for our kids. Americans being told they need to make trade-offs have to have it explained to them why it is you are asking for the trade-off. And if China, by the way, is a geopolitical enemy, then maybe we ought to treat it as such and not allow NVIDIA to ship its chips over there. Right? All of this is discombobulated and feels discombobulated to people. The same thing is true when it comes to President Trump's tariffs on the farmers. So the truth is, American farmers are suffering right now. Many of the export markets to which we ship our goods from the agricultural industry, those export markets have had rates increased. Here, for example, is the head of the American Soybean Association slamming President Trump's tariffs.
Well, this is a band on an open wound. And again, we're thankful that there's something that this will help keep some farms in business. But what we truly need are market-based solutions. Those are sustainable long-term. Here domestically, we have opportunities for the administration to finalize the renewable volume obligations for biofuels here before the end of the year, the 45Z tax credit. We have numerous opportunities to expand markets worldwide, and we truly need demand because without demand, we're not able to achieve a price that is economically sustainable for our crop.
And so, again, farmers are not feeling great about all of this, but President Trump is saying tariffs are making them rich. One of the rules of politics is that when people are feeling bad about their own personal economic situation, you can't tell them that they're actually doing great. Now, again, it may be true that they are doing better than they would have been under an alternative system, but just as an elected politician, right, the idea here is that you have to provide them some answer as to why things are worse or what you're going to do to make them better. Tariffs are making farmers rich. I don't really believe this, by the way.
And we just gave them right out of a tariff money, cost us nothing, right out of the big $100 billion that we've taken in. We gave the farmers a little help, $12 billion, and they are so happy. And all they want is a level playing field. And now it's happening. And the tariffs are making them rich. It's going to be, you're going to see what happens over the next 2 years.
Again, according to the VOIR Institute, one analysis of the prior trade war that the Trump administration engaged in between 2018 and 2024 estimated U.S. export losses of about $27 billion. So it turns out the government interventionism is actually not a great plan when it comes to a lot of this sort of stuff. What you actually need, as always, is more deregulation, lower taxes, better incentive structures for businesses to create new goods, products, and services. And this is why the American economy, it feels discombobulated. It feels sort of schizophrenic. It feels on the upper hand on AI, like we're doing just amazing business. And it feels everywhere else like we're sort of hovering around. It's a little turbulent. We don't know quite what is going on. And that's fine. AI is going to pay off. AI will be great. I'm a big AI guy. I think AI is incredible. I think attempts to restrict the development of AI are likely to fail. I think that there will be transitional jobs. I think there will be temporary job dislocations, and then new industries will be founded. Life will actually get better. Case needs to be made by many of the AI tech bros who seem to sort of assume that people are fine with AI when in a time of transition, people are doubtful. But the reality is that there probably will be some winnowing in the AI field. That is very likely to happen. But I don't think that winnowing is necessarily going to be as egregious as, for example, the dot-com bust of the late 1990s. There's a sort of robust debate happening in the tech and economics field of whether there will be a bust up, and if so, how deep is it? According to the New York Times, the dot-com boom, a period of wild exuberance and extreme hype that began in the mid-90s, foundations for the contemporary wired world. When the internet media turned to bust in March 2000, it made a bit of a mess. The trouble spread from Silicon Valley to the larger economy, which went into recession. More than $5 trillion in stock market value was destroyed. The unemployment rate rose to 6% from 4%. Well, now Silicon Valley is in the middle of an artificial intelligence boom that bears some obvious resemblances to the dot-com boom. For all the similarities, though, there are differences that lead to distinctly different outcomes. The main one is that AI is being financed and controlled by multi-trillion-dollar companies like Microsoft, Google, and Meta that are not in danger of going bust, right? It's not pets.com. Amazon is not selling less toothpaste while it shells out billions on AI data center. Google is profitable while it is developing foundational AI model. Another difference, there are not very many regulatory barriers standing in the way of AI. Also, if people are already sort of hedging their bets and the economy on the AI level continues to grow, well, that suggests, again, that there's some underlying productivity increase. The New York Times reports .com and the AI boom were both narrowly focused. 80% of venture investments in 2000 went to internet companies. This year, 64% went to AI startups. But otherwise, the two booms have diverged in scale. The three most highly valued companies of the .com era were Cisco, Microsoft, and Intel, all of which support the technology that made internet startups possible. Each was valued around $500 billion at its peak. Today, NVIDIA is valued at $4.5 trillion. It and other AI companies, Google, Meta, Amazon, and privately held OpenAI, probably worth $17 trillion in capitalization. So there's some insularity to the industry, and it means that probably these companies will not go bankrupt, or if one does, the others will pick up the sort of pieces. So maybe we're protected from the severe downsides of an AI bust-up. With that said, will there likely be some winnowing? There will likely be some winnowing that happens here. Right now, OpenAI is in a massive battle with Google. Gemini 3, which is the latest Google model, is incredible. It really is great. If you spend a lot of time with it, it far outpaces ChatGPT 5.1. I've spent time with both of them. Frankly, I think that Gemini is really outpacing its competition in a lot of these areas. Well, now Sam Altman over at OpenAI has made the dramatic call for a code red to keep back a rising threat from Google, according to the Wall Street Journal. The world's valuable startup should pause its side projects like its Sora video generator for 8 weeks and focus on improving ChatGPT, according to Sam Altman. In doing so, Altman was making a major strategic course correction and taking sides in a broader philosophical divide inside the company between its pursuit of popularity among everyday consumers and its quest for research greatness. OpenAI was founded to pursue artificial generative intelligence, but for the company to survive, Altman says, it may have to pause that quest and give the people what they want, which is fascinating. So again, this competition is going to have some winners. It's going to have, but a lot of chips are in that AI basket. Maybe it works out fine, but this is why people are feeling a disconnect. They're looking at the debt-fueled deals that are generating these outsized returns on AI companies that are publicly traded right now. And they're feeling a little skittish at the same time that they're having affordability issues in their life that have, again, emerged over the course of the last 5 or 6 years. So you can see why people are feeling a little bit schizophrenic. So today, the Federal Reserve is going to announce whether it is dropping the interest rates again. The high likelihood, of course, is that it probably will drop those interest rates. When you take a look at the Kalshi markets, Kalshi is one of our sponsors. When you look at the Kalshi markets, what you see is a 98% shot, apparently, that there is a 25 basis point cut. So it's very, very likely, in other words, that you're going to get that interest rate cut. But with that said, is there a lot more room to cut? Who knows? And this brings up the question of what happens in the future with the Federal Reserve. Because Jerome Powell, his term is to end in very short order. The question is who replaces him. The frontrunner right now is Kevin Hassett, is loyalist to the president for sure. Here is Kevin Hassett talking about rate cuts, interest rate cuts, and he's saying that there's more room for interest rate cuts.
If you do become the Fed chair, Kevin, and he pressures you both privately but publicly on Truth Social or says it, your economic judgment is rates should not be cut now. What do?
You just do the right thing.
What's the right thing?
Well, the right thing is if you think, like, what is the judgment? So suppose that inflation has gone from, say, 2.5 to 4. You can't cut rates then.
Okay, so it'll be interesting to see whether he holds to that. You want an economy that is not fueled by just injecting liquidity from the Federal Reserve every 5 seconds. That for sure. And it'll be interesting to see how the AI investment bubble goes. If there's a winnowing, when will it happen? Right now, it seems as though that market is going to remain fairly hot for the foreseeable future. The next move by the Trump administration, if it worked for AI, it should work for everything else. Deregulate. Get out of the way. Let the markets generate more productivity. That's true everywhere from agriculture to heavy industry. Let them do their work. And the president has done a lot of this already, right? He did this with regard to deregulating the car industry, getting rid of those CAFE standards that were forcing everybody toward electric vehicles. Right? He has done this with regard to government regulations on the environment, which has prevented businesses from being able to pursue efficiencies that really don't damage the economy very much. So he's gotten rid of a lot of those regulations. We need more of that and less of the interventionism. All right, coming up, we'll be joined by Senator Joni Ernst, as well as our own investigative reporter, Luke Rosiak, talking about the problems of fraud in the U.S. government. First, the best deals of the year are still live right now at Jeremy's Razors, and we are taking up to 50% off. Now is the time to get final gifts and stock up for yourself. You want a full year of shaving? $49.99. That's it. No games, no virtue signaling, just a damn good razor that actually works. And shave your face. If you're ordering over $100, free shipping. These razors are built for men who don't back down, guys who show up, work hard, refuse to cave to the nonsense. Head on to jeremyrazors.com right now. Don't wait. Order by December 15th for delivery by Christmas. jeremyrazors.com. Well, something else that President Trump can do is crack down on waste, fraud, and abuse. That's something that he tried to do with Doge, but it's going to require more than that for the future. It requires some legislative fixes. Joining us on the line is Senator Joni Ernst, as well as our investigative reporter, Luke Rosiak, to discuss. Ernst, why don't we start with you? You are holding a Senate hearing on a massive DEA scheme that has been created by the federal government, apparently Small Business Administration program expanded under Joe Biden. Why don't you explain what exactly is going on?
Absolutely. And thanks so much for having us on today, Ben. This afternoon, I will be chairing the Small Business Committee hearing on various types of fraud through small business programs and the Small Business Administration. And the one in particular, and we're so to have Luke Rosiak joining us as a witness today. The one that we will focus on is the 8A program, which was meant to assist small businesses that were simply socially and economically disadvantaged. But we have found a boatload of fraud in this program. So typically, we will find when fraud is associated with this program, you may have a minority business owner who will then get these contracts and then subcontract out that work to a small business or even a large business that's not really socially or economically disabled. So that's just one example. But we're exposing the 8A program fraud. We're exposing COVID fraud that has happened. Look at Minnesota. And we will also be exposing fraud that happened in the USAID program as well. So again, it's going to be great hearing this afternoon, talking about the failures of these programs in safeguarding taxpayer dollars.
So Luke, obviously you've been covering a lot of this for Daily Wire. What are some of the issues you're going to be talking about at this hearing?
So I'm so glad they're having a hearing about 8A contracting. I've been saying for many years it's the most corrupt program in Washington. And if you do think about the Somali fraud in Minnesota, think that times 1,000 and then just repeat that for half a century. That's what it is. Because it's giving benefits oftentimes to non-Americans over Americans. This was a program that gives preference in government contracting to minorities. And it was created in 1978, mostly to help Black people. But now we have this whole mix of different ethnicities in the country. So you could be fresh off the boat from India, and they'll give you preference on an IT contract for the U.S. government over an American. Even though you were born here and an Indian person is there, that's actually a member of the most wealthy ethnicity in America. And obviously Indians are not underrepresented in IT. And then the other element that reminds me of Minnesota is the widespread fraud that everybody kind of knew about, but nobody was willing to say anything. And so we're all pretending that they're actually doing this work and not subcontracting it out to other people. And you have these defense contractors that are getting contracts and they don't actually have to bid them out. They don't have to compete them. They can just get a contract like to build a tank. And the reason they have that exemption to do something so corrupt, to give a contract directly to one company instead of competing it, is because we pretend that they're native Alaskans. And I think it's time now to kind of drain the swamp and be honest. We all know, we all always knew there weren't Eskimos working at these defense contractors. The whole thing has been sort of a fraud that skims off about 5% of all federal contracting dollars for this fake DEI scheme that actually doesn't do anything to help anybody.
So Senator Ernst, obviously you are the chair of the Senate Committee on Business and Entrepreneurship, and you've introduced the Stop 8A Contracting Fraud Act. how much of this fraud could be undone by better action through the actual Small Business Administration? Obviously, the Trump administration is in charge of the executive branch. And how much are you just trying to kill these programs now? Because, there will be a Democrat at some point in the future, you have to assume, who's going to use the legislative capacity here in order to expand these programs.
Right, exactly, Ben. And actually, there is a lawsuit that is ongoing right now, which kind of undercuts the premise of the 8A program. And Luke is absolutely right. We have all kinds of minorities that will qualify for the program. There is no rhyme or reason. There's no data behind this. There's no science behind this. They, being the federal government and Small Business Administration, have through the years just continually added different ethnic groups to be considered racial minorities. And again, no rhyme or reason. We have Pakistanis that will fall into this program, and yet Afghans won't, and nobody knows why or how that happened. But again, the lawsuit is out there. We think it'll undercut a lot of these programs already, making these programs unconstitutional for the federal government to engage in. But what I want to do, though, is uncover the fraud and make sure that, yes, are putting appropriate measures into place to audit programs, whether it's the 8A program, whether it was the money that went out the door during COVID, any of our federal government programs. I have purview and oversight of small business by virtue of being Small Business Committee chair. And so that's what I'm focusing on today with this hearing. There is so much fraud, waste, and abuse out there. Just in that 8A program, there was one case that was $550 million of bread went into moving some of these contracts around, getting contracts, subcontracting them. It's just egregious dollars that are pouring out that, my folks in Iowa have had to work really hard in their jobs to pay taxes that then get handed out to these fraudsters. Minnesota, that's $1 billion worth of fraud that happened. And Luke has uncovered so much of this in his investigative journalism. We could go on and on and on for days on the fraud that has occurred.
Well, the hearing this afternoon, very important hearing. Senator Ernst, Luke, great to see both of you. And thanks so much for the hard work you're doing to ferret out the fraud.
Thanks, you, Ben.
All right. Meanwhile, I think the Republicans, we noted at the top of the show, Republicans did not do well in Miami in this mayoral election, and that comes on the heels of Zohran Mamdani winning in New York and Abigail Spanberger winning in Virginia, and the loss of a few special elections around the country. When a party wins a national election, as Republicans did in 2024, the general tendency is to believe that now you have a mandate and that you are in the ascendance. That may not, in fact, be true. It may be that a lot of people voted for you just because they didn't like the other guy. When we live in a binary election system, in fact, that is the common answer as to why people vote. They're not necessarily voting for a thing. They're voting against a thing. And this is where I think that Republicans have to be very careful, because Republicans can tell themselves a story where we are now in the ascendancy culturally. We are in the ascendancy religiously. But what may actually be happening is that the visible anecdotal evidence is in our favor, but the general statistical trend is not in our favor. And that's something we need to keep an eye on if we want to be accurate about the solution.
At some point on January 4th, you had a conversation with Brian over the phone?
Was that a Wednesday?
You don't have the calendar out, but I think you had said, I appreciate everyone quickly moving.
So the first was a Sunday.
Before,
Because
so-
yes, on Wednesday I did. I received a call from Brian.
And on that call, you had just seen them at about 1:30 on New Year's Eve, so about not even 4 days before.
That's correct.
And he had told you that he hadn't spoken to her in several days and that she was missing.
That's correct.
And I think you told us on direct that you were in shock. It didn't make sense to you.
That's correct.
That you were just with them.
Correct.
And you said to Brian, did you guys have an argument? Did you have a disagreement, right?
I did.
And you asked him that repeatedly.
I don't know if I asked him that repeatedly. I did ask him that question.
And he said to you, no, like, the an argument, you were there.
That's correct.
Because it didn't make sense to you that they haven't spoken in days, right?
That's correct. And it also didn't make sense to me that she would leave shortly after I left. There was, yeah.
And so given that it didn't make sense to you, you were there until 1:30. They weren't arguing.
They weren't arguing, no.
You said the night was joyful.
That's correct.
They were happy.
That's correct.
And from everything you saw and what you've told us, they were in love.
Well, they were happy is a loaded statement, I
Well,
think.
let me-
I mean, they seemed happy that night. People are complex. So I want to make sure that I answer that question truthfully.
No, I appreciate that.
So
Let me ask you this.
I did know a couple of days in advance that
So
you,
just stop
yeah,
for a minute.
thank
okay?
you, sure.
You've been a realtor for 23 years,
25 years now.
25 years. So you're a salesperson, right? In a sense, but one of the aspects of your job is to sell properties, right?
That's correct.
And would you say that one of your greatest assets is to be able to read people?
That's true.
Understand
To listen, to understand, yes,
And I think you just said people are complex.
that's correct.
And so you, in your professional job, part of it is to kind of be able to understand those complexities,
Yes,
to see if someone is maybe putting on a brave face or holding back, right?
Early on, we started doing a few videos. Who was we? Dimensional. I didn't think the camera was running. I told them I put myself through college selling shoes. I was a commission salesman. There was an incentive to make a sale. But when I went home at night, I wanted to feel good about myself. Women would ask, how did this shoe look on them? And I would tell them. I think it's just look. I mean, you don't have to say, oh, give me a break, that's awful. No, you learn how to say it, nicely. People, when they get out of school, they think that you have to shade things. You have to lie. And you have to lie. My experience has been just the opposite. And I learned that from selling shoes. It's influenced my whole career, particularly at Dimensional. It's this belief system that we have, how markets work, how investing works. Before the 1960s, that point was never expressed anywhere. Total paradigm shift in the way we approach finance and investing. If you look at leading academics, one of the overwhelming characteristics is the pursuit of truth, being honest with what you know and what you don't know. If you look at financial pages and listen to financial news every day, everything is chaotic. There's nothing systematic going on. There is an underlying order to all this chaos. The market is a big information processing machine. If you're going to beat the market, you got to be faster than everybody else in the market. Now, guess the market is more like gambling. It's not investing. Instead of pulling your hair out and watching financial news all day long, tune out the noise. Instead of outguessing the market, let me make all these thousands or millions of people that are investing. Let them work for me. I'm just going to sit back and let them duke it out. Market prices have to be set in a way that induces people to come in to want to invest. That's what's going on in the market. sounds so simplistic, but it can't be any other way.
I was born at a very young age. My father died when I was 5. He had a ruptured aorta. He died on the table in April of 1950. And I remember standing in the bedroom across the bed from him, and I had these winter pajamas on, and I said, "Daddy, are you going to die?" And he said, "No, I'm not." But he died that night. My mother decided she couldn't handle us, so 2 years later, we went into the same orphanage. And us. We had 30 German nuns from Hitler's Germany. They run the place. And we didn't screw around.
So there were 4 children?
Yeah, I had 2 older sisters.
And in order just to save everything, she had to put you in an orphanage.
Right, she had to. It was the right decision. We didn't appreciate it at the time, but I've grown up and learned to appreciate it. Graduated from high school and went to a Catholic seminary for 3 years. Went to St. Louis University, graduated from there with majors in philosophy and finance. And I worked for about 10 months, got drafted, was in the Army for 1 year, 9 months, and 11 days.
This is at the time of Vietnam.
This is the time of Vietnam. This is 1970. My vision was so bad. They said, "You can't go into combat unless you specifically waive this restriction. If your eyes are so bad, we're not going to ask you to." I ended up in the finance corps. Then back to St. Louis, worked that summer, and then went off to Chicago that fall. One of the first courses I took was Merton Miller's course in economics. In his first class, he explained this notion of efficient markets. I remember sitting there thinking, this has got to be true. This is the organizing principle for all of the market data. This makes everything make sense. David and I both knew it. If we hadn't gone to Chicago then, we wouldn't be here today. We were in the right place at the right time.
When you were in Kansas, did you know that you were going to go into finance? I would have entered every course I took, I loved. Eventually settled on economics and math. Got my BA in 1968 at the height of the Vietnam War. I had no long plan because I was assuming that when I graduated, I would get drafted. Did you know people who were drafted and sent to Vietnam? Yeah, I get teary-eyed if I get too far into this. I graduated from high school in '64. A lot of kids went into the armed services right out of high school because that's the only way they could afford to go to college. And some of them didn't come back. I got out of college. I got another student deferment, which was great, except I hadn't applied to any graduate school for anything. The following Monday is in Kansas. So I hustle up to Kansas. Thursday, I applied to the business school. I get accepted on Friday, and on Monday, I enrolled. And I took this finance course. Zowie, I think I want to be a professor. I decided to apply to a PhD program at the University of Chicago. By that time, the draft board had figured out their mistake, and they were hot after me. Day comes, draft day. This enormous hall, packed with people. Then you come to a chief medical officer. Thumbs up or thumbs down. You're in or you're out. He goes, you know, if I'd rejected you, what were you going to do? I said, I'd been accepted to the PhD program at the University of Chicago. He says, I've decided to reject you for a year. So he scratches out the approval, circles me and signs it, gives me back my folder. That is a life-changing moment. Packed up my car and drove to Chicago. First class, first day, was Fama's class. And I hadn't really thought about financial theory before. The way Fama went through it, it all made sense to me. It wasn't until later I found out that nobody believed that stuff. The real world was challenged by that way of thinking, but it all made total sense. In 1969, none of these professors had received a Nobel, but half a dozen of them became Nobel laureates. These are legends, and they were just floating around the finance department.
At Tufts, I had been a French major. I got sick of French.
Why did you get so French?
Well, I mean, how many times can you hash over Voltaire? There was nothing new in it. I took an economics course and I loved it, and I was pretty good at it. My professors were reading my exams to the class, so I applied to the University of Chicago, and I didn't hear from them. Finally I called. It was like April. The dean of students answered. He said, well, I tell you the bad news is I don't have a record of your application. What kind of grades do you have? And I said, all A's. He says, okay, we have a scholarship for somebody from Tufts. Do you want it? So that's how I came to the University of Chicago. My generation came along at the right time. Data was starting to be generated. It was like shooting fish in a barrel. Nobody had touched the data. So whatever you did was new.
But this idea that the information about the market is contained in the market, where did that come from?
I coined the term. A lot of people at the time started testing whether prices moved randomly, whether returns were predictable. Didn't look like they were predictable. And I kind of codified the whole thing into a theory. Efficient markets is basically the statement markets work. Prices are right. The nut to crack was you couldn't really test whether prices were right unless you told me what right meant. What was risk and what was expected returns.
But did you realize that you were challenging how investing was done?
Oh, absolutely. That was fun. I was a poor kid from Malden, so it was fun to challenge the big guys. If you go back to the early 60s to investment management, it was all act. People were all trying to beat the market, assuming they could beat the market. But no evidence was ever presented. Didn't know how to attack what we were showing with the data. They were just claiming they were the ones that could pick the stocks. Now, testing, it's not that easy because you have to be able to distinguish between luck and skill. If I take all the active managers, some of them are going to look good on a purely luck basis. And some of them are going to look bad purely on a luck basis. But if you look after fees and expenses, then they're awful.
You may have driven a stake into its heart, but that model persists, does it not?
It's easy to explain. They think that there must be people with special skills in investing.
And to defeat such a mindset?
You show the data. You let them do it, and then you show the data.
And the data tells us?
Probably your results were random.
There's a lot of randomness in life. I was very interested in finance. I wanted to go to the University of Chicago. They wanted someone to be a computer programmer. I said, I know nothing about computers. They said, well, don't worry about it. You're the number 7 computer programmer for the summer, so you'll pick it up for others. I arrived in the office the first day. No other programmers showed up. Result of all this was fantastic happenstance. The faculty would come in and ask me to do research for them. And if I would be able to achieve results for them, their eyes would light up. They would be just ecstatic. At the end of the summer, when they said, would you like a scholarship to go into the PhD program? I don't know whether it was because of ideas that I gave them along the way or because they needed a computer programmer. The 6 that were before me never showed up. I really became enamored with trying to understand financial economics. I spent many hours in the library reading books on finance to try to understand how to value things. The great breakthrough really came in 1952 when the Big Bang finance. Risk was so undefined. You bought stock, you're in bonds. And Markowitz made it into an economic theory. He showed what risk was important, the risk of your portfolio. It wasn't the individual components, it was the portfolio itself. Those risks which were diversifiable, not important.
I was 8 years old. I created the RCM Savings Dollars and Cents Company, which was my personal bank that I then gave families and friends to put money in the bank, and I would go down and deposit it and pay them a lower interest rate. Some kids could earn batting averages. I did that too. I knew every single symbol on the exchange because there was no quotrons or anything. I bought my first share of stock when I was 10. It was General Motors. By the time I was in college, I was trading convertible bonds. And then when I went to grad school at Caltech, markets open in New York at 9:30 in the morning, in California at 6:30. So I would be up and trading for cars before going to class. I learned a lot from being in markets. I thought I knew what I was doing. I didn't. But I never thought of it as a day job. I thought of it as, after hours sort of thing, 6:30 in the morning. If you start to look at this, you realize it was not an ordained path. I don't know where I would have ended up, but I wouldn't want to roll the dice and try again. First of all, finance is a science. But it wasn't always science. Believe it or not, there was no data. Well, you can't have a test it without data. I would mark the beginning of finance as a science with Harry Markowitz's work, Portfolio Collection, in 1952. And then into the 60s, we had the Chicago Center for Research and Security Prices. Jim Laurie and Larry Fisher collected every single stock return on every stock at the New York Stock Exchange since 1926. Never been done. There was no real data from the markets.
How was the data collected in the early years?
Painstaking, going hand by hand, pecking every number and then cleaning it up, making sure that you didn't copy it wrong. I mean, God bless them. Now, they didn't really have a theory to put the data to. You have to have hypotheses and theory if the data to test it. This is a case you had all the data. So what did they do? If you just bought a typical stock in 1826, and you went through the Roaring Twenties and the Great Depression and World War II and the post-war this and the Korean thing and blah, 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 all the way to the 1960s, what would that have earned? The number they came up with, on average, was 9.3% return per year. That was one of the most shocking numbers to come out in financial management. No trust department had earned 9.3% for their clients. In fact, there were a bunch of articles where professors put the Wall Street Journal on a wall, throw darts, and then see whether that stock, how well it did against professionally managed money.
There's been some work done by Michael Jensen at the University of Chicago. He concluded that professional management wasn't worth it. I'm so deeply wedded in the notion of markets and how they work. Can't understand how anybody would think anything differently. Wisdom at the time was find a bright person that works really hard, that has great access to all kinds of information, and that person can surely do better than the market. That relies on a faulty assumption about how markets work. It says markets don't process information very well. That is so naive. I can't stand it.
I was from the suburbs of Chicago. My family was the heating and the air conditioning business. Had I been more mechanically inclined, I would have been in that business.
You failed at air conditioning?
Yeah, I really did. And so I decided to get a PhD at the University of Chicago. That's where the Center for Research and Security Prices was.
Chris
had all the data. It was just sitting there ready for us to use. And they had the theories. We were armed with so much knowledge. We knew things that the people on Wall Street didn't know. Rex and I tried to measure these risk premiums. Once we recognized that markets were efficient, where do you get the extra return? Well, it really came mostly from taking risk. But what we didn't really have at the time was a measure of this. That's one of the things that Rex and I did with our stocks, bonds, bills, and inflation work. If you invest $1 in the S&P 500 in 1926, reinvest all the dividends, let it ride. At the end of 2021, it's actually grown to over $14,000. 5% is an explosive number because that you double your money in every 7 years or so. That's really how you do get rich.
Let's talk about reality versus models. It can be a quantitative model, or it can just be your point of view. But whatever it is, it doesn't explain everything. If a model explained everything, you wouldn't call it a model, you'd call it reality.
Models are abstraction from reality. You're simplifying the world so you can understand it. If it were true, it would be reality, and reality is just too confusing to get straight in our head. I get in my car, and my model is when I turn the key, the car will start. The model's not perfect. It's an abstraction from reality. I live in New Hampshire. I know when it's minus 30 degrees, it doesn't start with probability 1, and often it doesn't start at all. So there's lots of things that are wrong with my model, but it's a perfectly useful model most of the time. So I fully expect when I turn the ignition, it's going to start. Sometimes I'm surprised. And what I always challenge my students is when they think they see a pattern in stock returns or in bond returns, financial assets anyway, their normal expectation should be that pattern happened just by chance. It's not a trading opportunity. Start with that as the default, and then you have to convince yourself otherwise. What looks to be real probably just happened by chance.
But aren't we slaves to seeing patterns everywhere?
Look in a snowbank and you see a face. You look up in a cloud and there's a sailboat. I always blame it on evolution. Imagine our ancestors were on the savannah. Somebody looks over behind that bush. It looks like there's a lion. And there's two choices. You can say, yeah, that's a lion. Let's get the heck out of here. Or you can say, well, that pattern's not real. It's just a mirage in the leaves. And you just hang around. Whose genes reproduce? You get rewarded not ignoring the pattern that's actually there. And sometimes that makes you make a mistake and see a pattern that isn't actually there.
Farmer said, I'd compare stock pickers to astrologers, but I don't want to badmouth astrologers. What's he talking about? Candlestick charts, dogs of the Dow, various schemes to predict stock prices. Meaningless patterns that reflect no underlying reality.
Sure.
And you've known Anna and Brian Walsh as a married couple for almost 3 years at that point, right?
That's correct.
And you have spent time with them together. You said that their family was like your family, right?
Sure.
And you had spent time with Brian by himself.
I hadn't seen Brian in months at that point. And I hadn't only seen Anna physically. I hadn't seen Anna physically in months.
Okay, But in the past, in those times that you have described as family, as close friends, you would spend time with Brian Walsh, just one-on-one.
Yes, I had.
You would spend time with Anna, just one-on-one.
That's correct.
She worked for you, and you described that you would be in touch all day, every day when she was working for you, right?
I can't say it was every single day, but it was.
You brought pastries to your home in the South End,
Sure,
right?
sure. Yeah.
And you told us that she was your confidant and you were hers, right?
That's correct.
You went through an intense program with Mr. Walsh, right?
That's correct.
And you spent 5 hours with him on New Year's Eve on December 31st of 2022, right?
That's
And you described the night as joyful,
jovial.
as full of hope.
I'm not.
Before the break, that everyone was hopeful, looking towards the new year.
I'm not sure that I would describe it as hopeful for the new year specifically. If you had to ask me specifically as to what the mood was, whether she was, because I had heard a couple days prior.
I'm going to stop you.
Sure.
You all signed the champagne bottle, right?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did, and that's where the complexity comes into play. I can't know what was going on in their hearts and minds. Yeah. Of course. Thank you.
I understand.
Of course.
I'm
Yeah.
talking about those complexities. You said that everyone was laughing that night together, right?
Yeah. There was a good mood that night.
Good mood that
Yeah.
night. You never saw them argue, right?
I did.
You said at one point that you saw them talking and laughing with each other, right?
Sure. Yes, I did.
And at one point, he was downstairs and they didn't shoot him back up to bed. It was happy to have their son together with you.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
And when Brian was cooking for you, he was even putting a Turkish flair on some of the foods specifically for you, right?
That's correct. I remember him saying that. Yeah.
And at 1:30 when you left, they weren't even telling you. You just realized it was late and you should go.
That is also correct.
So when you heard that Brian was telling you that he hadn't spoken to his wife in 3 days, that did not make sense to you.
It did not.
Because when you left at 1:30 in the morning, it was a joyful, happy occasion. I'm using your words. It was a joyful, happy occasion on New Year's Eve of January 31st, 2022.
I didn't understand how Anna could be missing and how we did not know about this since of the year. It had been 3 days.
So when you
Our community had not been correct. We had not known about this for 3 days. I did not understand. And the tone of voice was not panicked.
So let me just ask you my question again.
Yes,
Let
thank
me
you.
know if I'm not phrasing it right.
Please.
When you left the house
Yes.
of your good friends
Yes.
on January 31st of January 1st now at 1:30 in the morning,
Yes.
the mood was joyful and happy.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
I think I'll be brief here. So you said you had heard a couple days prior. Had you heard from Anna a couple days prior? When you were saying about people being complex.
Your Honor, I apologize. I could be just losing my hearing. I can't hear Mr. Connor.
Sorry, yeah, and I'm talking into my shoulder, so that's my fault.
What if watch day went your way? Want to see how we got here? Reverse the way you watch day with VOIR, the low heat, zero damage, all-in-one dryer and stretcher that's actually made for curly hair. Instead of mature to dread, Red flip wash day on his head with easy to use, innovative tech that turns an all-day thing into a simple step. From curls to coils, locks, and more, VOIR is designed to work on all hair types to treat your natural hair with care, even those bangs you tried out in college.
You mean my hair in that thing? Hell no.
Hell yes. Don't judge a dryer by its bulk. VOIR is specially designed this way to be extra kind to your hair. Track with me. Our reverse air technology uses low heat and gentle vacuum suction to dry your hair in the actual direction of smoothing and locking in shine in half the time of traditional hair tools and dryers. Which means instead of just blowing hot air, you can dry, stretch, and style your hair with better, healthier results. Because less heat means less damage. Less damage means less breakage. Less breakage means less flyaways. And your curl pattern Bounces right on back.
Okay, what's the twist? You have to insert quarters? What?
The twist is there is no twist. No more fried and dined. No more tired arms. No more hours wasted. Just perfect stretch and dried hair.
Laid and slayed.
RevAir really is that girl. Click the link and hit reverse on wash day with RevAir. RevAir is so easy and gentle to use. It even works
on your tender-headed little self. I would have loved to have a tool like this in my. Could have saved a lot of heads.
RevAir's gentle, low heat, reverse air tech works in half the time with zero pain to quickly prior for whatever style you want.
This bounce, this shine, ooh.
That's because RevAir is a match made in heaven for the curly and coily girls. In an industry full of tools marketed almost exclusively to thin, straight hair, RevAir knows natural texture isn't a problem to be solved. It's a blessing. With glowing 5-star reviews and an ever-growing hype, we know hair is more than just hair. It's a part of who you are. And RevAir is there for your hair. Whether you just got the big top, take care of new growth, or just need something a little more you, click the link and do wash day your way with RevAir.
What the hell? That was so brazen.
Get rich quick. It's the fantasy that hooks millions every year in the world of crypto. For some, it even comes true.
Girl, I told you to get NFTs when they were hot.
You did. But crypto isn't just about dream cars, luxury yachts, and megalomaniac founders. But the glamour, it's a world riddled with scams, deceit, and guile. And the so-called stars of crypto, many are in jail or on the run. Spy to Hong Kong, a financial capital.
Sir, when you were saying people are complex and you had heard a couple days prior, are you referring to your conversation with Anna a couple days prior?
Yes, I was. I am.
What is it that you heard in your conversation a couple days prior that makes you say that people are complex?
That they had marital problems.
Objection to strike the characterization.
All right, and I'm going to remind you, sir, I'm going to strike the marital problems of characterization, but you can, without characterizing, you can discuss what you recall her saying, even if you don't remember the exact words.
Sure. I recall.
Why don't we state the question?
Sure. Yeah.
Understanding what her honor said as far as what Anna was saying, what is it that you heard in that conversation that you just said that people are complex?
Well, if I may I explain?
I think you can't, sir. I think you have to stay with just what Anna said to you.
Sure.
You state what Anna said to you. If you can't, that's okay. But if you can state what Anna said to you, that's my question.
On the 29th,
Yes.
when we had that conversation,
Yes, sir.
she told me that there were cracks in the relationships. And I don't know which words. She may have used precisely those words. She may have used other words.
Be seen sidebar objection, and I'm going to move to strike that testimony.
I'll hear you at the sidebar before I make any ruling on that. Let's try that question again.
So, sir, and I know it's been 3 years.
It has been.
To the best of your recollection, what I'm asking you is on December 29th conversation, to the best of your recollection, what did Anna Walsh say to you that led you to say people are complex?
Okay. The complexity I'm referring to is the fact that the 20th,
Okay.
on the 29th, she gave me information. I cannot recall the exact words. She gave me information that she was having problems in her.
So the craziest thing happened to me today. I got a psychic reading. I know. So when I was presented with the opportunity to have a reading done by the team at California Psychics, I'm not gonna lie, I was hesitant. But I will say, I do respect the fact that there are those who have these gifts. They are able to see and they are able to discern and they are able to feel things deeply. I went to the California Psychics website and I'm scrolling through and looking, trying to get a feel for who I think I would match with. So here are 2 takeaways from my time with my psychic reader. One, she told me that I was in a season of preparation, which is 100% accurate for what I'm going through right now professionally. But here's where I started to feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. So every year on January 1st, like the first couple days in January, I sit and I meditate and I think about a word. Without me sharing any details or any information about this practice or this ritual that I do every year at the top of the year, she said this word like 3 times. She also said travel was big in my future. And I was like, yes, because you know your girl likes to catch flights and not feelings. This was something that I did for myself. I enjoyed it. I was quite enlightened by my time with psychic. And if you want to try for yourself, no pressure. But if you're curious like me, click the link in my bio and get started with your reading with California Psychics.
The global economy is driven by shipping. Without shipping, all of that shuts down. All of the conveniences that we have in our lives are much harder to get.
Something that you truly wouldn't understand until you set foot in the shipyard and really got a feel for the sheer scale and size of what we're doing here.
We have a very proud history right here in Philadelphia, but we've struggled in recent years. We need to reindustrialize that capability, and we need to work with partners globally to do that.
팔아오션에서는 세계 최초, 세계 최대 이런 이제 선박을 많이 건조를 하고 있습니다.
We see the opportunity to be able to contribute and help revitalize the U.S. maritime industrial base.
I've worked here 25 years, and I'm part of the legacy of the Philadelphia shipyard.
At our peak here in Philly Shipyard during World War II, we had approximately 40,000 workers.
This place symbolizes, pride and tradition. It's also, a major source for employment here.
Good morning, guys. Good morning. As usual, make sure you guys are following all safety policies.
I think I might be carrying on my family's legacy. My grandfather was in the Navy.
And this is the actual coin they gave us when it was launched, the christening date, which I was there and my son was there. Very few people who work here have that coin.
There's a number of factors going on with the U.S. shipbuilding industry. Number one, you see elements of a cyclical demand. Secondly, you've seen underinvestment kind of at an industry level over the decades. Combination of those factors have kind of weighed down on the U.S. shipbuilding industry.
Our ambition is to bring back that growth, that strength here at the home of the U.S. Navy and U.S. shipbuilding.
하나오션은 지금 1970년대에 조선소 건립을 시작을 해서 연간 30척에서 40척의 선박을 무리 없이 약속된 일정에 납품을 하고 있습니다.
독구장에 가면 뭐 길이가 500m 넘고 폭이 거의 130m이기 때문에 상당히 거대한 어떤 구조물의 세계공항의 결정체가 아닌가 이렇게 생각을 하고 있고요.
Hanwha acquired Philly Shipyard almost a year ago now. As Hanwha usually does, we move in big ways and with bold action.
Here in Philly, we produce 1 to 1.5 ships a year. In our yard in Korea, they're doing about 1 a week. So it just gives you a sense of the different scale in terms of complexity.
하나오션은 30년 이전부터 생산 계획과 공정 관리를 할 수 있는 다양한 소프트웨어들을 사용을 하고 있습니다. 이런 소프트웨어들을 활용을 해서 매우 정교하게 공정을 관리를 하고 있고
Philly Shipyard has a legacy, Hanwha Ocean being the leading shipyard in the world with the latest technology. The two of those bring the strength to revitalize shipbuilding in the United States.
저희 하나오션은 필리 조선소에 대해서 기본적인 설비 투자와 조선소 운영 시스템을 빠른 시일 내에 접목을 하려고 생각하고 있습니다.
We've devised a plan which has a multi-billion-dollar development project where we will take what is the capacity in Philly Shipyard right now, which is about 1 to 1.5 ships a year, to 20 ships a year.
Of what kind of ship is being built or who's building it, the process is fairly the same. Typically, we start with the planning and design portion of it, material procurement. We do edge preparation, we cut bevels.
이 절단 과정을 거쳐서 이 판을 마치 양복을 재단하듯이 그걸 이제 붙이는 작업을 해야 돼요. 이 모든 부분에 용접에 다 들어가고 있습니다.
They make their way in assembly, and we start forming these sections and small panels into larger blocks.
이 메가블록의 크기는 거의 3,000톤 이상에 육박합니다.
Eventually, it makes its way into the dry dock for hull erection.
거기서 용접을 하게 되면 바로 한 척의 대가 완성이 됩니다.
We are very excited to have announced we contracted the first LNG carrier in 50 years in the United States. The beginning of the revitalization of U.S. shipbuilding starts with these projects.
기본적으로 지금 LNG선이 어려운 점, 다른 배랑 다른 점은 그 화물 자체를 연료로 사용하는 부분이 들어가고 그리고 화물 자체도 또 마이너스 163도로 극저온 상태이기 때문에 그 저온 상태를 견딜 수 있는 어떤 기술들이 필요하거든요.
Those ships, even if you wanted to build in the US, you could not. The technology to build them here does not exist. And so we have call it a joint builder, a way to work with our Hanwha Ocean yard to build and deliver those here.
자동화 시스템들을 필리 심리하드로 저희가 이식하는 거에 굉장히 지금 중점을 둘 예정이고요.
So in terms of some of the things that we're looking to change here, number one is modernize the yard.
첫 단계는 필리에서 지금 IT 인프라를 좀 구축하는 데 있습니다. 그래서 단기적으로는 IT 인프라를 준비를 진행하고 있는 걸로 알고 있고, 그 다음으로는 이제 그 데이터 센터가 될 것 같고.
최근에 디트윈 기술이라든지 인공지능 기술, 이 접목된 시스템을 관리할 수 있는 체계도 동시에 전달이 됩니다.
그걸 얼마나 빨리 제때 만드는 게 상당히 중요합니다. 이때 필요한 것들이 용접 자동화 장치가 되겠습니다.
You have a welder who's doing a manual welding process. You're dealing with the human body. Every time you breathe, you're moving your hands in a straight line, and it will essentially be perfectly consistent all the way through.
Not just about company and building ships. If you don't have the people to be able to do that, that's going to be one of the biggest challenges.
Apprenticeship program here is a 3-year program. But when the apprentices are in the production areas, they're learning hands-on welding, fitting techniques, outfitting.
Before joining Hanwha, I used to work in the railroad industry. What attracted me to shipbuilding was it's something that you can be proud about.
So I was really interested in welding, which is what prompted me to start classes. I love that the form and processes of putting metal together.
실력을 올려놓으면 자연스럽게 뭐 LNG를 건조하는 이런 기술들도 종목이 쉽게 트랜스퍼가 될 수 있을 거라고 생각합니다.
Philly Shipyard has naval roots. We believe it has a naval future. We are in discussions with the U.S. Navy, with the U.S. government, about auxiliaries, other support ships, which are critical to U.S. national security interests. We will be building the most advanced ships in the world here in Hanwha Philly Shipyard.
It's a very cool thing to be part of the next chapter of the shipyard. It's very interesting and exciting to see what we could be and where we're headed.
I think in five to 10 years, this yard will be completely transformed. My hopes with joining Hanwha is that we grow into a leader in this industry and we were able to set an example for you building and essentially be the tip of the spear.
따라서 하나오션과 하나필리 조선이 앞으로 기존의 더 발전시켜 가면서 중요한 그룹 내에서의 중요한 위치를 더욱 발전시켜 나갈 수 있을 것으로 생각합니다.
This isn't just about revitalizing a shipyard. It's about charting a new course, a new future of U.S. shipbuilding together.
Her marriage with Brian.
In your honor, move to strike.
To the best of your recollection, what did she say?
Well, again, it's been 3 years, Your Honor.
If you have a recollection, you do, and if you don't, sir, that's fine too.
I remember what discussed the conversation. I just don't remember the exact words. I did give my testimony when it was very fresh.
And
Yeah, I understand.
jumping in the middle.
Sure.
It's just, we want to make sure we get it right.
Okay.
So, the conversation with Anna on the 29th.
That's correct.
Do you remember what she said? If you don't, you don't. Okay. Remember what she said that makes you think that people are complex.
Well, it's not what she said that night that makes me think that people are complex. People are
Move
complex.
to strike. Maybe
All right, I'll direct the witness to the time frame.
All right, so just on December 29th.
Yeah.
What did she say to you as far as your concerns about her being?
Don't recall the exact words.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mutlu.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Marlenny Ramdehal. You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you give in the cause now and herein shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
You can just follow me, please. Just take your time, just watch your step.
Thank you. Your Honor, could you please?
From creating memories to finding the perfect gift, Steel can help make the holidays even easier. Check off more of your wish list when you get an extra battery with select Steel battery sets. Happy holidays from Steel.
State your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Marlenny Ramdehal.
And can you please spell your name for the record?
Yes, Marlenny, Marlenny. Last name Ramdehal.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I am a senior U.S. probation officer.
And what is your jurisdiction?
The District of Massachusetts.
Where is your office located?
In Taunton.
And how long have you been a federal probation officer?
Approximately 12 years.
Are you familiar with Brian Walsh?
I am.
And how long have you known Mr. Walsh?
Since November of 2021?
And that's when you first met him?
Yes.
And how often did you see him?
Approximately once every 60 days.
And how did you see him?
At his residence or at my office.
And can you please identify him for the record?
Mr. Walsh is in the black sweater.
Thank you. Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
In January of 2023 and December of 2022, was Mr. Walsh, the defendant, subject to conditions set by a federal district court?
He was.
And what were those conditions?
He was subject to a number of conditions, to include home confinement, which limited his movement in the community.
When was the defendant authorized to leave his home?
He was authorized to leave his residence with a pre-scheduled pass, so he would have to ask permission before leaving his home.
Did he have set windows that he was allowed to leave?
He did.
And what was he required to do before leaving his home?
Prior to leaving his residence, he would have to have an approved schedule.
And who would approve that schedule? Where was he allowed to go?
A client on the home confinement program is only allowed to leave the residence for essential necessities. So things such as employment, education, religion, treatment, attorney visits, court-appointed activities. He was also allowed to do things such as grocery shop, banking, grooming, things of that nature. He also had permission to do things with his children and his mother.
So what did he need to do as far as specifying where he would go?
So on Thursdays, he was to submit schedules to me with what essential necessities would be required for the following week.
And how would he do that?
He would send me an email.
And what email did he use?
brw@10saleconsulting.com.
What permission did he have to leave the state?
He did not have permission to leave the state.
You said that he was allowed to go for necessities. Is a restaurant considered a necessity?
No, it is not.
What did he have to do if he wanted to deviate from the schedule that he had submitted on Thursdays, I believe you said?
Correct. Yeah, if there was a change of the schedule, he would be required to submit a new schedule request.
And how would he do that?
Again, via email.
And who would he do that to?
Myself.
So I want to ask you about Friday, January 6th of 2023. Did you see the defendant that day in person?
I did.
Okay. And what contact did you receive from him requesting permission for his window for the following week?
On January 6th, Mr. Walsh submitted a schedule for Wednesday, the 11th. He requested a haircut appointment from 1:30. He also requested a pass for the 12th to meet with his probate attorney from 10:30 to 3:15.
What contact did you have from the defendant on January 5th of 2023?
On January 5th, Mr. Walsh contacted me through informative law enforcement contact, which is required by his conditions of release. He also notified me that his wife, Anna, was missing.
A work of Cuisinart. You know that story where slow and steady wins? That's terrible advice. Move
fast in the modern workforce. I'm at University of Phoenix, where I earn skills and courses I can put to use right away. Earn career-relevant skills in weeks, not years, at University of Phoenix.
What was his window of release on Thursday, January 5th?
On January 5th, he had a reoccurring schedule to drop off his children between 8 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. and had a pass to assist his mother with some errands from 10:15 to 1:30. And then he had a reoccurring schedule to pick up his children from 3:45 to 6:15.
And the morning schedule and the afternoon schedule, was that a set recurring schedule?
Correct, Monday through Friday.
And was the middle, the time that he was with his mother, was that also a recurring time, or was that something he had just requested?
He had just requested it the week prior.
And what was the window of release for Wednesday, January 4th?
The 4th would have been drop off children from 8 to 10:30. Then he had reoccurring groceries schedule from 11 to 1:30, and again, pickup of the children from 3:15 to 6:45.
So that was all prearranged?
Correct, yes.
And what was the window of release on Tuesday, January 3rd?
Tuesday, drop off children, 8 to 10:30. Pick up children 3:15 to 6:45, and he had a reoccurring schedule as well to get his trash out, and that was from 7:50 to 8, I believe.
In the evening?
In the evening, sorry.
Okay. And why did he need that for the trash?
It wasn't on his property.
Okay. And what was the window of release for Monday, January 2nd of 2023?
On Monday the 2nd, he only had pickup and drop off of the children, so 8 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. and pick up from 3:15 to 6:45.
Okay. But did you receive some information about an unauthorized leave for that day?
I did.
And when was that?
Approximately 3:53 p.m.
And did you speak to him?
I did.
And what contact did you have with him?
I reached out to him to ask him about the unauthorized leave. He indicated that he was picking up his children per usual.
Okay. And in fact, the 3:15 to 6:45, was that authorized for Monday, January 2nd, 2023 being a holiday?
It was, because there was no notification that school was not in session.
And what was the window of release on Sunday, January 1st of 2023?
On the 1st, he had submitted a request to return his mother home from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m.
And what do you mean return his mother home?
He indicated that his mother was staying with him post-surgery and he was taking her back to her residence.
And when was that window established?
That would have been the week prior, so I want to say December 22nd.
And where did he indicate that he would be returning his mother?
To her residence.
And where was that, if you know?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. And at that point, did he ask permission to go to a restaurant?
He did not.
For January 1st of 2023?
He did not.
And was the defendant allowed to go places if he had not cleared it with you first?
He was not allowed to do any unapproved stops.
I might have one moment.
You may.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
Yes, thank you. Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So did I hear you right that said Mr. Walsh asked to be able to go 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Sunday, January 1st. He asked that the prior week of December 22nd.
That is correct.
And there were To go out to a restaurant, that wouldn't have been correct.
It would need court approval. Probation does not have the authority to approve non-essential necessities.
So you'd have to go through a court process that take quite a while to go through the federal court process.
It's a motion to the court, so it's just a documentation that needs to be.
But it has to be filed, it has to be decided, it has to be returned.
That is correct.
So, and there's always the chance that it wouldn't be allowed.
Correct.
So if somebody like Mr. Walsh wanted to take his wife out to a restaurant for New Year's Day, there's a chance that he wouldn't be permitted and get permission to take his wife to a New Year's Day dinner, even if he had filed a request.
There is that chance, correct.
Any redirect?
Redirect, thank you.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
May call its next witness.
Commonwealth and call Anthony Macrena.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you should give in the cause now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Say so.
Take your time to watch your step. Share there or more. You can see. Do me a favor, just keep your voice up when you speak.
Sure. Yep.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, it's Tony Macrena, Macrina.
Where do you work, sir?
Depot.
And what do you do for Home Depot?
I am a district asset protection manager.
And what are your responsibilities as a district asset protection manager?
I help increase profitability by mitigating losses and creating a safe work environment for the associates and customers.
How long have you been with Home Depot?
Currently 4.5 years.
And how in that time you've always been a district asset protection manager?
Yes.
And what is your district?
It's considered southeastern Mass. So it's approximately 10 stores in that area.
All right. Does that include Rockland?
Yes.
Sir, have you had the opportunity to help produce a receipt and videos to law enforcement in January 2023 in this matter?
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to review both of those prior to today?
I did.
Sir, as far as the videos that are maintained at Home Depot, are they done in the normal course of business?
Yes, they are.
Are they done in good faith?
Yes.
And the videos, I take it they're recorded digitally?
Correct.
So when they're recorded as it's happening to a server, correct?
Yes.
What access do you have to the server?
I remote in top or a computer.
Okay. Can anyone have access to it?
Just anybody who works within the asset protection department.
And sir, the videos that you had a chance to review, did you look at a thumb drive and then sign the back of it?
Yes.
You may.
Sure, I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you see it?
Yes,
And do you see your initials in the back?
I do.
Were these the videos you had a chance to review prior to today to confirm that they were the videos you had turned over from the store depot on January 2nd in Rockland?
Yes, they were.
So you can have the thumb drive or
Any objection to that?
no objection.
The Home Depot thumb drive, no one evidence is 260.
Your Honor, the court commission made the Commonwealth publish some of the videos from the Home Depot thumb drive.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, could we have the entering? If we could press pause. Mr. McCartney, can you see the video on the screen?
Yes.
Where is this in the in Home Depot?
This is a shot of the doorway where most customers after purchasing would walk out. So the main exit, we call this.
The main exit. Now,
Yeah.
at the bottom of the screen, there's a date and time. Are the dates and times accurate on the Home Depot videos?
Yes, they are.
And to be clear, this is Rockland, right?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you could close out that. And Ms. Gilman, could we have pro exit purchasing? Ms. Gilman, if you could go to 107 on this. Thank you. Sir, where is this location in Home Depot in Rockland?
This is on one side of the store. We call it the pro exit. So generally, this is where lumber is purchased, and it's usually a bigger space so that you can get those bigger carts through the doorway.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Macrena, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that the receipt that corresponds to the video we just saw?
Yeah.
How are you able to find a receipt to corresponds to the video?
I was given an item number from the state police.
And so did you look up the item number?
Looked up the item number and it brings me right to this transaction. The two are tied together.
And so the receipts are kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
In good faith?
Yes.
You turned this over to the police in January 2023?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from Depot January 2nd. That's the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
The receipt that corresponds to 260 is now in evidence as 261.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish 261? Thank you. Looking at the top of it, what's the address of the store?
1149 Hingham Street, Rockland, Massachusetts.
And what is the significance of Register 3?
Register 3 is the register number that was shown in the video where those purchases were made.
And Ms. Gilman, please scroll down to the bottom. Actually, stay right there, Ms. Gilman. Sir, on baking soda, what is that?
That is a 12-pound bag of baking soda. It was the one that was on the bottom of the cart.
Home Depot's 12 pounds of baking soda?
Yes.
And then what is the date and the time of the transaction?
The date is 1/2 of 2023 at 5:01 and 47 seconds p.m.
What was the amount for the transaction?
The amount was $453.54.
And was it cash or charge?
Cash.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any cross? The witness may stand down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you. Commonwealth would call Kaliroi, Palaiologos.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
Take your time, just watch your step, okay?
Just stand.
Just do me a favor, just keep your voice up when you speak, okay? Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you bring that microphone a little bit closer to you? It will help keep things loud.
Is that better?
Much better. Okay. State your name and spell your first and last for us.
Kaliroi Palaiologos, Kaliroi, last name Palaiologos.
You work, ma'am?
I work at Beacon Communities, more specifically Chatham West of the Pines.
And what is Chatham West?
It's a housing residential apartment complex.
Where is Chatham West located?
Brockton, Massachusetts.
And what do you do there?
I'm a property manager.
And as the property manager, do you have access to their surveillance videos?
Yes, sir, I do.
And as far as the surveillance videos, how many cameras do they have on the exterior?
Approximately 25 back in 23.
In January of 2023, how many units were at Chatham West?
507.
507?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a really large
Yes,
complex. What does Chatham West have dumpsters in January 2023?
About 21 dumpsters.
And what access does the general public have to dumpsters in January 2023?
They're open to the public.
Okay. Now, in January 2023, did you have the opportunity to produce surveillance videos to law enforcement?
Yes, I
Have you had the opportunity to review them prior to today?
Yes.
Have they been edited in any fashion?
No, sir.
And Chatham West, when they maintain their surveillance videos, done the normal course of business?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sure. Do you maintain your surveillance videos in the normal course of business?
Yes, I do.
And in good faith? And again, you turned these over to law enforcement in January 2023?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
May?
Ma'am, I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Does it have your initials on it?
Yes, it does.
Does it have the video that you reviewed that had you previously turned over to law enforcement?
Yes, it does.
The Commonwealth would seek to have a thumb drive marked as the next exhibit.
No objection. It will be marked and admitted into evidence now as 262.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth publish the video from Chatham West?
May.
Pause. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. In the top left-hand corner, what is it as far as the date and time?
January 3rd, 2023.
And the time?
5:11 at night.
Okay. Now, with your surveillance videos, is the time accurate or can be off?
Accurate. Could be off by a minute or two, but it's accurate.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Ma'am, your videos, I noticed that it's continuous. Is that all of your videos or how is that? Can you explain that process?
It depends on the camera. There's sometimes a little bit of a lag where it becomes copy of that.
So that's not abnormal. It can happen with your surveillance sometimes?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam. The witness may step down. Thank you, ma'am. Would now be a good time to break for the lunch.
Well, Your Honor, I think the Commonwealth's always made its opinion on lunch.
All right. Jurors, we'll take our lunch break now. We'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
Jurors exiting, all rise. Jurors leaving, open. Watch your step, please.
Be seated. Does no need to discuss anything?
Nothing from the Commonwealth, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Have a good lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Close the recess.
Case clerk, just raise your right hand for me, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Okay, so right this way. Just do me a favor, just time, just step. You're gonna have a seat, just pull that over. Sir, could you just call me, please? Please, sir, just raise your hand for me, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Okay, sir, right this way. So maybe just take time, just watch your step. See?
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you spell your last name for the record?
Yes, it's Christopher Bernasconi, and the last name is Bernasconi.
Where do you work, sir?
I work for TJ Maxx.
What do you do for TJ Maxx?
I'm a district loss prevention manager for District 1102, Metro Boston.
And how long have you been with TJ Maxx?
30 years.
And within Metro Boston, does that include the Norwell store?
It does not.
It does not. Have you had the opportunity to review videos from the Norwell store, though?
Yes.
And have you been designated as the keeper of records for TJ Maxx for those videos?
Yes.
And have you helped produce those videos prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
Did you review them and make sure that they were that they had not been altered in any way?
Yes.
One of the videos, though, there's a person that's blurred. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Is that done because the person wasn't 18?
That is correct.
Now, the videos that you turned over, that you helped produce from TJ Maxx, that was done in January of 2023.
That's correct.
And TJ Maxx, they maintain their videos in the normal course of business?
Correct.
And they are done in good faith?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Sir, is this the drive that you were looking at that had the video?
It is.
It is for January 4th of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, we need to have the drive of January 4th, 2023 TJ Maxx videos of Norwell.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
And the TJ Maxx thumb drive 1/4/23 is now in evidence as Exhibit 263.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish Exhibit 263?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have the first video entrance? And Ms. Gilman, if you could press pause. Sir, where is this in the store?
This is referred to as the entry public view monitor, capturing the entrance of the TJ Maxx.
And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 1 minute and 28 seconds on the video player? And Mr. Bernasconi, at the top of the video is a label. That is, do you have 2003-0104? The title of the video?
Yes.
You see that?
I do.
And the time on the video, is it fair to say that's 9:44 and 24 seconds as far as the start time?
That's correct.
Sir, are there any issues with the TJ Maxx videos as far as the accuracy of their time?
They're very accurate.
If you could press play. Ms. Gilman, could we have the second video cue? And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 8 minutes and 12 seconds on the video player, media player? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And if you could press play. Sir, where is this in the store?
This is the public view monitor in the queue line, which is essentially the checkout area.
And Ms. Gilman, can we go to the final video for register 4? Sir, where is this in the store?
This is above the cash register, register 4, I believe.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And Your Honor, may I approach one last time?
You may.
Mr. Berlusconi, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Is this a receipt for the transaction that you just showed us videos of?
It is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from TJ Maxx for January 4th from Norwell as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
The receipt corresponds to Exhibit 263 is now in evidence as 264.
And you may
Publish it, yes?
publish it. I just want to make sure I caught it to the court reporter.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Mr. Berlusconi, what is the address for this store?
It's 10 Washington Street, Norwell, Massachusetts.
And does it share a parking lot with another TJX store?
Yes, the home goods division.
And can we go all the way down to the bottom? Right there. Sir, how is this transaction conducted? Was it cash or charge?
It was a store value card used to make payment in this particular transaction.
And how much was the transaction for?
$133.94.
And going all the way down to the bottom, if we may, what was the date and time of the transaction?
January 4th, 2023 at 9:59 a.m.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
No cross. Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Alyssa Kirby.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
You just follow me, please, okay? Take your time, just watch your step. You can have a seat. Hold that chair a little tight.
Okay.
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 You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record and spell your name?
Yes. Alyssa Kirby, ALISSAKIRB as in boy, Y.
And where were you living in December of 2022?
I was living in Chevy Chase, Washington, D.C.
And were you familiar with Anna and Brian Walsh?
Yes.
And how were you familiar with the Walshes?
We were friends. I was introduced through my brother and sister-in-law.
And what's your brother's name?
Peter Kirby.
And so how would you characterize your relationship with Anna Walsh?
Yeah. Anna and I quickly became really close friends. And yeah, we were new best friends, called it. And we spent a lot of time together. We just kind of clicked like sisters.
And when did you become so close?
Shortly after she moved to Washington, D.C. and lived nearby.
So you said she lived nearby?
Yes.
Can you tell us how far she lived from you?
About 5 minutes around the corner, 5-minute walk.
And how often would you see her when you, once she moved to Washington, D.C.?
I would say we planned to try each other out once a week. It wasn't always that, but about that.
And how often would you communicate with her?
Similarly, about once a week, or when she would come back to D.C., we'd talk about when we could meet up and hang out.
And did you know Will Fastow?
I knew of him, yes.
And how did you know of Will Fastow?
Shortly after I started spending more time with Anna, she would talk to me about him as the man who sold her house, but then her interest in him and just hear a lot about him as a person.
And what did she tell you about him?
She told me of that she was interested in him, that she had a crush on him, but it was a lot more talk about their connection and I guess what she wanted to have happen with him and her, I guess, just her interest.
And what did she tell you about telling Brian Walsh about this crush on Will Fastow?
She told me that she was open with about her crush on Will and that he knew.
In Christmas of 2022, did you have communication with Brian Walsh on that day?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
Brian called me that day, and because he rarely or almost never called me, I answered, and he was looking for Anna because he said he hadn't heard from her. And so, because she lived around her, I had to go over there and check on her.
And what happened? Did you go over and check on her?
I was getting ready to go. He had messaged me back that he had gotten in touch with her.
So when you say that you had talked to him first and offered to check on her. Did you do that in text, on the phone, or something else?
I believe that first time was a phone call, and then later was a text message.
And do you remember what time of day that phone call was?
Not exactly, but maybe I feel like it was noon or early afternoon.
Okay. And what was his demeanor when you spoke to him on the phone?
That day, I think he was worried or a little bit nervous.
And approximately how long was it after you had spoken to him that he texted you?
I think it was within like 10 minutes because I was getting ready to go, and it was fast enough that I hadn't left yet.
And did you speak with Anna Walsh that day on Christmas Day?
Yes.
And when did you speak with Anna Walsh that day?
It was late, much later that day in the afternoon. I was already with family for the holiday, and she called me as she was driving up to Massachusetts.
And what was her demeanor when she called you?
She was very upset.
And when you say very upset, can you describe that?
Yeah, she was angry, and she was upset that Brian would have called me that day because, she said that she'd only not spoken to him for like an hour and a half or 2 hours, that it really hadn't been that long. And, there was already some strife, and then she had...
Sustained, non-responsive. So I'll strike the last part. Ask the next question.
Certainly. So how long did you speak with her for that day?
Maybe like 20 minutes.
And did you arrange to see her again?
Yes.
And when did you plan to see Anna Walsh?
I can't remember exactly when we planned it, but I know we had planned a day to get together right before New Year's to kind of see each other, hang out, catch up, and like celebrate like a New Year's together.
And did you see her to have that celebration?
Yes.
And what day was that you saw her to have that celebration?
I believe it was the 29th.
9th of what month?
Oh, December.
Of 2022.
Correct.
And where did you go?
We went a few places. We started at the bar that was across from where I lived, that we'd been to a few times. And then we later went out to a karaoke dancing bar.
And how long did you stay out that night?
Like 6 hours.
So what was her demeanor that night?
So that night, because of what happened after Christmas, she was really upset. She was kind of breaking down because everything had been really hard, which Anna was always a very strong person, so that was very unusual for her. And she was just really upset about so much. She really hit a breaking point. And we talked about a lot of things because she was so upset.
Ms. Kirby, can you tell me what she was upset about?
She was primarily upset about her and Brian's relationship, about being so far away from the kids, and feeling like she was upset having found out that the federal case was delayed, or she thought that the federal case was delayed by Brian, and that she just really wanted to be with her kids. Their marriage had been really strained for a long time, and she told me how like upset she was and how frustrating that was, and how she was really at a breaking point.
Jurors, I'm going to remind you that the statements that are being offered with regard to Anna Walsh's state of mind are admissible, again, limited to establishing his state of mind, as is relevant to the defendant's motive to kill. To the extent that such state of mind evidence includes statements describing the defendant's federal case, honest statements are admitted only to show the defendant's motive, not to show that he had a bad character or propensity to commit any criminal offense. You may proceed.
Thank you. Had you seen her like this before?
No. Anna was usually someone very, very happy, very joyful, very strong.
Okay, no characterizations, just your observations.
When talking, did she use specific words about what she had said to the defendant? Which she had said to Brian Walsh about the legal case?
What she told me about that was that she was upset because she wanted to take responsibility. She wanted their family together. She wanted that whole process to be over, and she wanted to be responsible, be accountable, and do whatever he had to do to keep their family together.
And what did she mean? What did she tell you that she meant by the word responsibility?
Yeah, at that point in time, responsibility was potentially just taking jail time and admitting wrongdoing and just owning a mistake. And so their family, that she would be waiting for them and that their family could be together.
Did she give you specifics of what she had told you about the amount of time?
I think it was all an estimate, but at the time she thought maybe a year.
What did she tell you about the physical separation and her family staying together?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
What did she tell you about being in different states and what that physical separation might mean?
Yeah, that it was really difficult for the family, but that also, because of how difficult things were, she was contemplating what that could mean legally being able to take her children to Washington, D.C., and also the physical separation from a husband was very difficult for her.
What, if anything, did she tell you about having established a separate household?
Oh, that she had told me that everything was in her name, the house in Washington, D.C., and the bills were, everything was in her name. So she was trying to figure out a way that she could have the kids with her in D.C.
What, if anything, did she tell you about her intimate relationship with Brian Walsh?
She told me that, aside from everything being really difficult, that they had not been intimate in a really long time, maybe over a year, I think she had said.
And what did she tell you as to why?
She said it was because that Brian had been really depressed and that the strain of the case had taken a toll on his mental health and their marriage, and that she felt also that that her energy was really drained. Yeah.
Was she specific about what she meant by her energy being drained?
Yeah, at that time, she was saying that Brian was calling her several times a day, that she felt physically and emotionally exhausted traveling back and forth from DC to Massachusetts. It was just a lot on her body, mind, and spirit, and that, that also just like emotionally feeling like she had to be strong was very draining for her.
What did she tell you about Brian and his mother?
She had always said that.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Ms. Kirby, in this conversation on December 29th, what did she tell you about Brian and his mother and a psychic?
She told me that Brian had told her that his mom went to a psychic and that the psychic had said that she was having an affair. And that night she told me how ridiculous that was, how like she was very upset by that. And she'd always felt that Brian's mom didn't like her. And that was scary.
Did she say why? Why that was scary?
I think because she always.
Objection as to, I think.
Yes, sustained.
Did she say why? Not your opinion, just did she say why in that conversation?
Yes, what she said as to why was that she felt like his mom never really loved her and never like wanted her in the picture, basically.
At this time, I'd ask to publish from one picture from Exhibit 145 on page 39.
It's already in evidence?
It is already in evidence,
You may
just the picture.
You may publish it.
Thank you. Ms. Kirby, do you recognize that picture? Can you tell me who's that a picture of?
Picture of me and all that.
And when was that picture taken?
That night we went out on the 29th.
I'm sorry, did you say that was the night from the 29th, during that night of December 29th? Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Gillen, you can take that down. Did you see Anna Walsh after the evening of December 29th into December 30th, because you were out late, of 2022?
No.
When did, if you know, when did she leave Massachusetts?
She left that next day on the 30th.
And when did you expect her to return to Washington, D.C.?
I think she had said like the 3rd or 4th. It was a few days after New Year's. She was planning to come back.
Of January?
Correct.
And when was the last time that you communicated with Anna Walsh?
Right after midnight on New Year's Day.
And after that exchange with Anna Walsh on New Year's Day, right after midnight, did you get texts from Brian Walsh?
Yes, on the 2nd.
Your Honor, I'd ask to get an exhibit and then approach.
You may.
I'm approaching exhibit 164.
164?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
You want to just look at that for a moment. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And you look through it all.
Okay.
Okay. And what are those?
Text messages between me and Brian.
Your Honor, may we publish Exhibit 164 for the jury?
You may.
Thank you. So I'd specifically like to ask about on January 3rd, if we could go down. Can you read on page 2, can you read that in green?
Yes. It says, hello, I know we did this a week ago, but have you heard from Anna?
And how did you respond to that?
I said, hey, Brian, sorry for the delay. I was sleeping. I have the flu and I'm super sick. I texted with Anna on New Year's Day, but no, haven't heard from her. Is she working today? She's usually running around super busy with work.
And
it looks like on January 3rd at 12:51 p.m.
And then did Mr. Walsh respond to you?
He said, you're right. I'll let you know when she calls. Feel better soon.
And then did you contact him later?
After that, I said, thank you. Yeah, and then the next morning, I was sick, so I slept the whole day. And the next morning, when I realized I hadn't heard back, I texted him, did you ever hear back?
And then what happened?
And then he said, no, we're looking for work now. And that's when I got really scared that something was wrong.
So what did you do after hearing that?
After that, I called my brother and I asked if he had heard from her and was explaining the situation.
At this point. Well, we can stop the publication. I'm sorry.
Sustained.
So just tell me what you did. What did you do?
Oh, after the text message, I called my brother and...
That's fine.
Okay.
That's all. And what did you do after calling your brother? Did you speak with Brian Walsh at some point on the phone?
I did, but I don't remember if it was later that day or the next day on the phone.
And who was on the phone with Brian Walsh?
There were some calls that was just me and Brian. There was one call with Brian.
And what was the call with Brian and his mother like?
Well, his mother was pretty combative. I think she sounded...
You approach sidebar?
Yes.
going back for just a moment on the 29th, did Anna ever tell you how Brian reacted to his mother saying, the psychic saying that she was having an affair?
Yeah, she told me that he thought it was equally as crazy, or that was what he said to her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm gonna swap out one and give you another. Recognize that chant.
Yes.
Can you tell me what?
Just stay on the microphone so we can hear you.
Sorry. Can you tell me how you recognize that jacket?
As Anna's jacket, one that she wore.
Your Honor, I ask that this be the next exhibit.
All right, any objection to that?
None, thank you.
Jurors, that'll be marked into an evidence as Exhibit 264, photo of Anna. The jurors, the face of Anna Walsh is blurred out for that photo, but there's no dispute that that is a photo of her in the jacket, in a jacket. Thank you. 265? Oh, yes. Thank you.
265.
265, yes.
And I'd ask that this be published to the jury.
You may.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Cross.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Kirby. It sounds like you and Anna got very close very fast.
Yes.
When she was down there, you guys would try to see each other about once a week?
Yeah.
Okay. And while she was down there, she was working for Inspire?
Yes.
And obviously you would text or talk on the phone sometimes during the week?
Yes.
Sometimes go for coffee walks around the neighborhoods?
Not coffee, but often walks, so we would meet up. Yeah.
I'm imposing my own desire in that. Okay. And her work schedule was pretty demanding while she was down in DC.
Yes.
And it wasn't uncommon that she would work until 7 or 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah, that was what she would tell me. Yes.
Okay. And on top of that, she was flying back and forth to Boston on Thursdays or Fridays and returning on Sunday nights or Mondays.
Yeah, often Mondays and then running through Friday.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about that Christmas Day phone call from Mr. Walsh.
Okay.
You had mentioned that it was not common or out of the ordinary for him to have called.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you described him on that call as nervous and worried, right?
Yes.
And this was Christmas Day?
Yes.
And I think you told us it was about noon or a little bit past noon when he had reached out to you?
Mm-hmm.
And what he said is that he and the boys were expecting her home for Christmas and he hadn't heard from her.
What I recall, he was asking me if I had heard from her because he hadn't heard from her.
Okay. And because of that nervousness or worry in his voice, you actually offered to go swing by her house to see if she was there.
Yeah, I thought that she was already back home for Christmas. And so that worried me. So I offered to go over.
Okay. And I think you said within 10 or 15 minutes, he actually reached out to be like, we're good. She reached out to me. She's okay.
He said he had heard from her.
Okay. You had told us that you had also spoken to Anna on the 25th on the telephone.
Yes.
And you were telling us that she was angry and upset that Mr. Walsh had called you.
Yes. She's angry that, he had bothered me that day with that because she felt it had not been that long since they had spoken.
Okay. So it was Christmas Day and she was upset that he bothered you on a holiday
Mhm.
and that he worried you.
Mhm.
You had mentioned that Anna had a friend named William Fastow.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you told us that she shared with you that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And she told you that she told her husband that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And that Anna, when she was talking about sharing with her husband, that they always had an open, honest relationship.
Yes, that's what she said.
Okay. And in that conversation, when telling about how she had told her husband about having a crush on Will, that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
When she told me that, I was surprised, and she said that was the relationship. They were open and that he wasn't jealous.
And not only was he not jealous, that she kind of wished he was a little more jealous.
I think in the way that a wife would want a husband to be protective, yes.
Okay. And during the time you were friends in DC with Anna, during these conversations, she never told you that she was having a romantic relationship with Will Fastow.
Not specifically, no. We talked a lot about Will, but not that anything had ever actually happened.
Okay. So you believe that they had a connection and she had a crush. But she never told you that they had been romantic or intimate.
Correct.
I think you had said that during this conversation on the 29th, Anna had said that lately she was just feeling drained of energy, right?
Drained of energy just due to everything going on. Yeah.
Okay. And she had also told you that she was someone that would stay up late and get up early in the morning, right?
She kept a busy schedule, not that she specifically always stayed up late and got up early, but that, she was doing on. She just was a very energetic, passionate person.
Towards the end of December, there was a shift. There was a change in that.
Yes.
And she told you that she was falling asleep earlier and getting up later, and that was unusual for her.
Yeah, that she was really just starting to be sad and everything was taking a toll on her. Yeah.
Okay. And it was when she was reporting this, talking about how even that she's falling asleep earlier, falling asleep earlier in the night. She was sleeping later in the morning than she usually would.
I don't recall exactly, just that she said that she felt so tired and burnt out.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had plans to get together on 12/29, but you also had plans to go out on December 20th. Before.
I don't think I remember that exactly.
Okay.
But we often would try to make plans and then things would shuffle, so.
Okay. Plans I'm talking about on the 20th, she had canceled because she wasn't feeling
right. Yes.
Okay. You shared with us during that long night with Anna that the two of you were talking a lot about how it was difficult that she was away from her family. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I apologize. And she told you that she said to Brian, need to resolve this. Even if you go to jail, we'll be here for you when you get out.
She didn't specifically say like this, then this. It was more like a conversation about taking responsibility, accountability, what that would mean, that could mean just owning it and taking the jail time if that was because the sentencing hadn't happened. So we didn't know exactly what it would be, but that was something she wanted for him to take care of their family in that way and just take responsibility, have it be done.
And I think you told us earlier on direct that she said to him, we'll be there even if that happens.
And I don't think she said that directly. It was more like communicating to me that she wanted their family to be together, even if that meant jail time. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think they were still figuring out like what to do. They'd been living apart and she wasn't sure what would happen.
And so what you're telling us is that she wanted her family together and that she wanted him to do whatever it took so that her and Brian and the boys could be together.
Yeah.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Ms. Kirby, did she want her family together?
Objection, Your Honor.
She stated it, she can answer it. So rephrase the question.
On December 29th, did she tell you, did she want her family together?
I think.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, listen to the question, answer the question if you can.
On December 29th, what did she tell you about if she wanted her family together?
She said that she wanted her family together. She also was exhausted and not really sure what to do, but I think she wanted her.
As to I think. All right.
On December 29th, what did she tell you about if she loved the defendant, Brian Walsh?
She told me that he would not tell he loved her and would always ask her how much she was in love with him, and that she told me that this time she answered not as much because of everything that had happened. And yeah, that she was falling out of love, and also that she wanted, I think she saw.
Objection, Your Honor. As to I
Again,
think she saw.
I know it's a long time ago, but it has to be the statement she made to you, not what you think
Okay.
or you understood from it. It's statements that she.
Sorry.
And on December 29th, 2022, how did she physically appear to you?
Tired.
And on December 29th of 2022, did you go out to karaoke?
Yes.
And did she go dancing?
Yeah, it was karaoke dancing.
Thank you.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
Witness may step down. Thank you. Also, counsel at the side of the bench. Jurors, I'm going to read another stipulation to you now. And this is a stipulation, again, an agreement of the parties, simply an agreement of the parties. A stipulation regarding the federal prosecution of Brian Walsh. Brian Walsh was arraigned in the United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts in Boston, Massachusetts, May 11, 2018. April 1st, 2021, Brian Walsh pled guilty to indictments for wire fraud, interstate transportation for a scheme to defraud, and conducting an unlawful monetary transaction on October 6, 2021. An initial sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walsh was seeking a
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.